meeting for Franklin County. Today is Wednesday, July 17th, 2024.
We're quite live yet if you want to start.
All right,
They weren't, you were,
on time?
no, you were quick with the draw.
We're going to be delayed. All right. You ready? All right. Welcome to the Franklin County Board of Commissioners Weekly Meeting. Today is Wednesday, July 17th, 2024. I will call the meeting to order and ask that everyone join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Adoption of current agenda. Is there any additions or corrections?
Move for approval of the agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approval of minutes, July 10th and July 3rd.
No corrections, additions.
No corrections from me.
All right. Moving on to approval of warrant registers weekly and payroll rosters biweekly.
Mr. Chairman, we have, I move for approval of fund expenditures in the amount of $816 and $816,065.69, and note that it has been signed by two members of the auditor's office.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes.
I mean, it took me a while to get that one out. All right, the next one is fund expenditures. I move to approve fund expenditures, current expense in the amount of $12,708.33, and note that it has been signed by two members of the auditor's office.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The third one, and I may ask if somebody is here from district court, could we, I need to ask you a question here. Now, this was for training, and this is, was added late, and we don't want to start a trend of adding these late. Is there any way we can wait till next week and have this put into current expense?
That's fine. The check was already cut. The training was yesterday and today, so they took the check with them.
You cut the check already?
The auditor's office did, yes.
Oh, the auditor's office already said yes, because that's what, this is going to create more work for the auditor's office and for our clerk of the board when they come in late like this. So we're just trying to get things in on time if
Right.
we
And it
can.
was, I mean, it's a one-time, it'll never happen again.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to keep extra work being applied to other departments.
So the check was sent out before it was approved? Be my question.
Always like that. So
Is
the-
it?
Yes, so, but we don't release the checks until it is approved.
So it's
So
made
they
out.
process everything, but then once it is approved, then they can release the checks to the recipients.
Okay, so it has not been sent out. It was just made out.
Correct.
Okay.
I thought you said it was sent with them.
So the process has been done and
Right.
the check has been cut, but then we haven't sent them.
You haven't sent the check, or it was sent with them when they left? That's the crucial point.
We got somebody from the auditor's office. I hear him listening, and
Thank you, Ryan.
Ryan, please clear this up.
All right, so there was a resolution passed in 2023, I believe, that gives us the ability to do checks before you guys approve. And in this instance, the check needed to happen for their training. And so sometimes in our meetings, you'll approve them afterwards. So this is one of those examples.
I understand that part, but did they release the check to them?
Uh,
Because you would think that it wouldn't be released until it was approved. Where is the check now? Is it still in the courthouse?
It's released to them. And Jeff, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that we are given that ability with the resolution.
I just want to
And
make
that's-
sure we're clear on the same
and that-
page.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll say that's correct. Mr. Breencomb's assessment of that is accurate. We passed a resolution last year authorizing the auditor to authorize payment in advance, subject to approval by the commissioners. So the payment would be issued prior to approval. In the event that the payment is denied, then the onus would be on the official issuing the check to recoup that payment from the recipient. And that's consistent with the statutory authority as well.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
do we have a limit on that, Jeff? I should know this since I was part of that. Is there a limit on that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I think we need to readdress that in a future meeting. All right. I move to approve fund expenditure in the amount of $275 and note that it has been for fund expenditures, and note that it has been signed by 2 members of the auditor's office.
Second. The amount again was 275?
275.
All right.
And that's it for fund
There's a
expenditures.
motion and a second.
Yes.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? If so, come forward, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Speaking as a taxpayer this morning, I fully support giving the communications that our officers and our emergency services needs, being a wife of a retired paramedic firefighter of 31 years. But I'd like to read a resolution that you might consider a little more helpful, since we have a $3 million deficit and no rainy fund left. That happened on this watch. The resolution supporting law and order came from our state convention. Whereas the Republican Party holds one of the basic principles that law and order are necessary in a civil society, without consequences, criminal behavior will escalate. And whereas Washington State has been experiencing record high murder rates, whereas Washington is the number 2 in the nation for car theft, whereas Washington has one of the highest retail theft rates in the nation, whereas drug overdoses have increased dramatically in our state, including overdose deaths of children, and whereas our state has a record low number of law enforcement officers per capita, and the Democrat policies have tied the hands of what few police officers we have left, and whereas policies enacted by the Democrats have over the past 5 years has allowed many crimes to go largely unpunished, letting criminals out of prison early and giving them more rights and privileges than victims receive. Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington State Republican Party stands firmly in the principles of law and order. Be it further resolved that we support our law enforcement officers and believe they should be given tools they need to restore law and order to our streets. Be it further resolved that we believe the consequences for all crimes should be strongly enforced, with the consequences coming quickly and including restitution to the victims. Be it further resolved, and this is what I want you to listen to, that we support allowing counties and cities to retain 0.1% state sales tax for attracting and retaining law enforcement officers and other criminal justice purposes. Maybe we should retain about 3% of our own taxes and support our law enforcement officers, something I was committed to and treated very badly, pointedly. I just got released from my cancer doctor. I don't have to go back for 6 months. Thanks for all the cards and letters.
Anyone else in the room for public comment? Please come forward.
My name is Mike Miller, president and owner of Moon Security, and had a conversation with Sheriff Raymond here a couple of months ago when I got back from a trip, and suggested that I be willing to sit on a committee or chair it, and it looks like I'm one of the two anyway, to run the committee that would go out and bring proposals for or get buy-in and get vote yeses for this communication tax. It is imperative that we do it now, not later. When we're talking about how long will it take, I was just talking back this morning here with Jim,
that it is important that we do it now because it'll take a good 6 months to a year just to get the whole system up and going. You already have a problem here, and it's been noted several different times, and it does affect our police, fire, sheriff's department, and any other emergency services that are in the county. So the one thing that I liked, it's not based upon property taxes. If you remember, I ran the school bond levy committee for several years, 25 plus, and it was always an issue that with our farmers, especially because they were hit hard because they were land rich and cash poor kind of concept, and so it hit them pretty hard, right? Clint, you know that. And so the fact of the matter is, by having the sales tax instead, then it's more equitable across the board. Yes, nobody likes new taxes, but at the same time, this is one that we need to agree to pay for because it does affect all of our people in the community, not just the emergency services people, but everyone else as well. So I'm ready to have a committee to go to work and be able to get this levy passed. And so please do it now, not later. Do not wait until 6 months later and it's just passing the buck on, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Steve Cooper from Basin City, and I'm in a really precarious spot here because I'm a farmer and run a business out in Basin City and a fire chief for Franklin County Fire District 4. When I put my farmer hat on and taxpayer hat on, I'm like, no more taxes, especially with the ag economy the way it is. I'm like, no. But then when I put my fire chief hat on, it's like, yes, we have to do something. Our communications out in my area, my fire district, is terrible. And some will say, well, just go and use the cell phone. Well, the places my radio don't work, the cell phone don't work either. And it puts me in a pretty bad position because I'm there to serve my constituents in the fire district to protect life and property. And when I can't communicate on the radio, it can turn a small incident, non-harmful incident, into a major big incident. Trying to get firemen there, fire trucks there. We help the hospital district quite often with MVAs. We had 2 MVAs here in the last couple of weeks where the radio did not work. We have handheld radios. I could not get out on the handheld radio to update the hospital district on what we needed on scene. I had to keep walking clear back to the mobile in my pickup because it has more power. I could get out that way. People in our community don't understand everything that goes on with our volunteers. We're all volunteers. We're committing our time and our effort to give back to our communities. And we need to give those volunteers the tools to do their job. Now, everybody's always quick to jump on me. Well, why does it take the fire department so long to get there? Or why'd you guys do this? Why'd you do that? So it puts me in the hot seat. And I had a structure fire, trailer house fire here 3 weeks ago. Got on scene, couldn't get out on the radio. It was in a dead zone. It just really puts me in a tough spot because I'm having to answer those questions to the community on why did we do this? Why weren't we there? Why did we go to the wrong address? Why? We are a radio dispatched fire district. Everything takes place over the radio. And I would offer any of you or the committee, come out and ride around with me in the pickup for an hour. I'll show you how bad it is. We'll just listen to the radio, and I know you're all going to sit there and go, well, what are they saying? What are they saying? What call is it? I can't hear nothing. It's just static. I'll take you around in the pickup and show you what I'm dealing with. And I take great pride in my community and serving those members of our fire district. I represent 150 square miles and 3,000 residents. If you want to come out and see what I'm dealing with, it'll only take an hour. We'll buzz around there and you'll see what I deal with on a pretty much right now on a daily basis. I listen to the radio all day long to be ready to go at a moment's notice in the event. So I encourage you guys as commissioners to facilitate us, help our volunteers out. I know it seems like we're always asking, but it's our community and we need to take care of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. Ken Woofenden, City of Connell. I guess I would like to confirm what Chief Cooper just told you folks and maybe take it one step farther in the fact that we don't only need to fund the system today, we need to fund this system in the future as well. Part of the reason we're in the situation we're in is because things weren't set aside so we could update and upgrade to keep up with the times. And we don't have the funding to do so. If this tax were to go through, we would have that funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any callers on the phone? Anyone else would like to speak on public comment? Hearing none, I'll move on. Approval of consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of consent agenda items 1 through 6 as presented.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda passes. Moving on to regular business. Japanese beetle update presented by Pam Loa. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bennett Ruiz, and I work for the Franklin County's Horticultural Pest and Disease Board. Today, Camila Acosta from WSDA will be providing us with a Japanese beetle update.
Sit down. Wow.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me again, guys. Thank you, Bennett. So my name is Camilo Acosta. I am the Japanese Beetle Eradication Coordinator with the Washington State Department of Agriculture Pest Program. And I'm here to give an update on the Japanese beetle situation here in Pasco. So at the end of June, we actually wrapped up our turfgrass treatment season. And actually in Pasco, we had some pretty good results. I am very pleased with how the residents in this area responded to our guys going out there door to door, and they responded to the letters we sent them. We had a 55% response rate, and 55% of those properties did get treated for Japanese beetle. That's the highest out of any city this year, so good job to those residents there in Pasco trying to protect their gardens there and their yards. So this map is just pretty much showing some county parcels here. The green ones are all the properties we were able to treat. And then yellow is we didn't get a response from, and red were outright rejections. So actually some good results there. In mid-May, we transitioned into our trapping program. So this is where we put out thousands of traps, not just here in Pasco, but in Wapato and across Grandview where the other infestations are. So in Franklin and Benton counties. Oh, nice. Every green box you see up here is a trap site, and the little beetle symbols are those detection sites for Japanese beetle. Now, we caught 5 last year in this area, okay? And since about June 20th, we've been catching more. We started catching some in the treatment area, which is to be expected. But the unfortunate thing is we started catching them outside of the treatment area. And actually, I had to update this last night because we did catch some more yesterday and Monday. So we are up to 34 beetles trapped total in Pasco at 21 different sites. And we're looking at 1,000 traps deployed between Pasco and Richland. The Richland grid is up because we caught 1 there in 2022 and have had no detection since. But we have those up to right now, 34 beetles caught in Pasco. Now this is obviously a huge issue, and we're seeing this infestation unfold in real time. our first year of real surveying in Grandview, we captured 24,000 beetles. So, this is, it's me watching this and kind of makes me wonder how long those beetles were there in Grandview, to get to that 24,000 beetle level. So, this is alarming, of course, but it's almost expected since, we catch those 5 beetles last year, and we hope we caught all the beetles that are in the area, but it's just, that's unlikely. So, and without getting any treatment down last year because it was way too late in the season, we, expect a spike in the population the next year. So WSDA, we do have this year a plan. I have a plan proposed for responding to these new detections. Now, it is a little late in the season to be doing more turf grass treatments because those treatments need that time to for the grass to absorb it and for it to concentrate in the root system. But what we can do is kill adults. We do that by spraying the same exact chemical we do a foliar treatment. So we treat the host plants that the Japanese beetle goes after, which number of host plants is over 300 species. So a lot of candidates out there, a lot of really common things like poplar trees and elm and Japanese maple, stuff like that people have in their yards. So I set up kind of a threshold here. So if we catch 2 beetles at a site, then I would like to treat every property within 200 meters of that area. That's the foliar treatment, so not necessarily the turf treatment. And so these blue circles here, these are all the sites that we've caught 2 or more beetles so far in Pasco. So we're at 6 sites right now that we're going to have to do some review and reach out to these residents to get approval to get permission and consent to do these foliar treatments. I want to zoom in actually on where we're sitting right now, actually. Right here across the street, Volunteer Park, we actually caught, I think, 7 beetles total. So Volunteer Park will be a huge focus for us to get actually not only foliar treatment down, but we want to treat that turf as well. The reason we don't do large-scale turf treatments past June is the efficacy lowers significantly, but at a large turf property like this, it's still worth it to us to pay to a contractor to do it because it could still provide that protection down the line. And we know there's beetles there, so the beetles are definitely laying eggs there. So, but yeah, I'll definitely be, I'm already working with the city on getting this park treated and the surrounding properties. Now, these are all proposed still, so all these foliar treatments, because it's outside of the treatment area that we've designated, we are currently conducting another environmental review of the area to get approval for that treatment. And then, of course, like all of our treatments, it's all dependent on legislative funding that's available. So any members of the public here today, when you guys all go back to your houses, and if you tend your garden or you just spend a lot of time outside, we ask that you please keep your eye out for Japanese beetle. We kind of switch our messaging around now to reporting beetles, and it's just the public reporting process helps us so much. It's how we've found the infestation in Wapato, and so it's super important people feel comfortable reaching out to us. Even if you don't think it's Japanese beetle, you're not sure, we want to know anyway. If you've seen something that you've never seen before, please reach out to us. And, it's better to know that it's not Japanese beetle than have a Japanese beetle go unnoticed. So here's some information. You can email us, you can call us, and you can visit our website there at agr.wa.gov/beetles for more information. And that's all I have. Thank you. I'll take any questions. Is that?
I guess you didn't bring any pictures of them, or?
I usually have an intro slide, but I decided to keep it brief, and I didn't. So.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you for the good work. Do you have any other questions?
Just what would the idea, or what does next year potentially look like with this additional trapping and so forth?
Yeah, so you guys probably noticed that I didn't mention anything about like a quarantine like there is in Grandview and Sunnyside area. We held off this year, and we just wanted to monitor with trapping and see how the treatments went. treatments look pretty good, but the trapping is, like you saw, we're getting a lot of beetles. So once the trapping season is over, so towards the end of September and October, we'll be revisiting the conversation about an internal quarantine just because of the number of beetles that we're catching now. So as of right now, I don't have any concrete information to share about a quarantine, but we will open up that conversation probably at the beginning of October when we have final numbers.
Okay, thank you. And if we were to enact a quarantine, what all products would that impact?
So it would probably look very similar to what's in place in Grandview for a few years now. The largest thing that would be people would be impacted by is the yard debris. So that's kind of like the other half of my job now is green waste coordinator, which I didn't think it would be, but ended up being that way. It's just that those activities just are such huge transporters of Japanese beetles. So, and we don't like to enact quarantines without having something set up for the public to do with that. You know, we don't want to say, you can't move yard debris, sorry. So I'd come up with a plan. We'd work through all that to make sure there was some kind of way to mitigate the impact on the public before we enacted something like that. But yeah, yard debris, green waste would definitely be the biggest regulated article, yeah.
So there was the discussion of potentially putting a collection center in the middle of the treatment area. Did that happen?
It was just difficult. It was because it's such a small area, there just wasn't a whole lot of good candidates for it. I mean, no one wants a yard debris drop-off site in their neighborhood. And the potential areas we did have were right outside the treatment area or quarantine area. So that's part of the reason we decided to, and then, you know, trying to separate that waste, getting a waste separation program going is just very expensive, as you guys are all aware, I'm sure. So with the area expanding, that's of course unfortunate, but it opens up the opportunities for us to mitigate the impact of the public just because we have more area to work with, more options for establishing some kind of drop-off like we have in Grandview and Sunnyside.
So would this, depending on quarantine area size, would this impact the ag community?
You know, it depends. If we start catching beetles a little bit to the north, well, there is ag, or, you know, further east, then yes. Particularly in this area, it's going to be, I don't think you guys have a ton of hops out here, but you do have corn. So corn unshucked corn ears is what currently a regulated article in Grandview. So that would probably transfer over here. But yeah, hop bines, also, harvested inside the adult flight season for Japanese beetle, unless you go through, you know, plant services and have, you know, compliance agreement with them. So, but yeah, that corn, I think in this area would probably be the biggest industry impacted. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
These traps that you're putting out, are they green with a yellow four-way to open up
the vein? Yep.
Okay. You have one set there at Sagemore and Glade. And I got a hold of my sweet corn processor guy that I'm raising the sweet corn from, and I said, did you guys put that trap there? Because they also trap for worms, which are moths, which lay worms, and they eat the end of the cob and docks the corn. And they said, no, that was a Japanese beetle. So you have them out on Sagemore and further, because I've seen them out there. And you answered my question as why you put it at that corner, but there's so much traffic there. I think it'd be better to be located at a less traffic area so that the beetle would come to it, because there's stuff that's being spilled on the road. There's a spill there right now that's pretty bad.
Okay.
But the other question is, there's no ears on that corn yet. So you're putting them out there for trapping them when there are ears?
Well, yeah, we'll have traps out and we'll be checking them through the middle of October.
Yeah, because that trap's been there for over a month. I mean, the corn, it hasn't even, it's just tasseled out, so now the ears are starting to grow. So it's been there for a long time, and I was just curious as to why you were putting it there by that roadway. The treatment that you spray on the grass, what is it? And then can it be applied? Because I know that there's a lot of homeless people that sleep in this park. Are you going to be able to spray it with people out there in the park?
Well, so the product is called a Celiprin.
Okay.
And I wish I could write that down because it's, but yeah. and
What does the
then-
label say for that as far as humans being around it?
So the label for non-agricultural use, the indicator is to stay off the treated area until the area is dry.
How are we going to do that?
Well, that would be a difficult, that would probably take some coordination with the city or county.
You're going to have
Yeah.
to clear this park.
Yeah, so we've faced that difficulty before, and we'll just have to work together to, keep those people safe, so.
All right, that's all my questions.
One more question, if you're okay with it. How often do you check? You got 1,000 traps out. Check them once a week?
We check, our goal is to check them every 2 weeks. Yep, so our trappers come around every 2 weeks, which is, 8 working days for us.
And how many people is that?
There's 2 people currently in this area checking traps, so about 500 each, which is, most trappers do between 800 and 1,000 traps.
That's a lot of hustling. Thanks.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for coming in. Move on to Derek Bratton, Planning Director. Our invitation to participate in the National Environmental Policy Act.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. You actually received a request from BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, for inviting Franklin County to participate in the NEPA process for the proposed conversion of fee simple owned land that's owned by the Colville tribe. They're seeking to convert that to tribal trust land, and then also to develop a casino with various amenities, hotel, event center, things like that. Staff when I presented this, I think it was last week, might have been the week before. Yeah, it was the week before, the 3rd. So the purpose for this is staff's prepared a letter to accept that position, that invitation. The reason for that is the cooperating agency status for a NEPA project places the county in a position of being able to actually comment and have standing regarding the proposal and the potential impacts to the county regarding it. Without a cooperating agency status, we are kind of relegated to, at best, a public commenter. Also, what happens is all information that is provided during the process for the NEPA, as far as studies and things like that, we will receive because we're one of the designated commenting agencies. Finally, it grants us standing to enter into negotiations regarding the impacts, and for us to more of a negotiating status, I guess you could say, standing to negotiate and ensure that the impact from this facility to our systems is mitigated for by the facility should it be approved. So therefore, that's basically what the letter states, is that, we appreciate the opportunity, we have concerns, therefore we would like to accept that cooperating agency status. I'm happy to answer any questions. Just understand that my information regarding the specifics of the proposal is very limited at this time, as it's in the process of being developed.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So Derek, previously, 2 weeks ago when you presented this, you made mention at the very beginning that our law enforcement would have no authority over this ground, correct?
No, if that is what I said, I misspoke. It has to do with the designations of the tribal status of individuals and whether or not they're a tribal member or whether they're not. If they're a tribal member, our authorities, our sheriff has, or police have no authority over them on that ground.
Right.
It is a little different here, and honestly, I don't know how it would play out because this is tribal trust land. It's not reservation land. So, for example, Northern Quest Casino is actually on designated reservation land. That's sovereign land in the state. tribal trust land is a kind of a weird in-between state. It's not taxed, similar to a public entity land, but also it's not 100% sovereign. It's kind of a different duck. However, local authority does not apply on tribal trust land.
All right.
And then tribal members have special status on their own land. So what happens though is the predominant folks at the casino will not be tribal members. But the tribal police, unless they're Washington State commissioned officers, have no authority to arrest non-tribal members. Therefore, they'll have to enter into an agreement with a local law enforcement, whether that's going to be the sheriff, city of Pasco, for example, in Airway Heights. Airway Heights provides primary police support to Northern Quest Casino. How that's done here would be however that's done. But the long and short is there's a split. Then you have to figure out, okay, so crimes committed there, where are they going to be tried? Again, that has to do with the different tribal status of the individual, or the tribe may request that they utilize our system because of the distance between here and their courts. These types of things are all the things that as a cooperating agency have to be worked out with. I mean, they kind of have to be worked out with us anyways because they're our stuff, but it keeps us more informed with all the details regarding the proposals and what's coming up. But there are various things that we will need to do regardless of whether we do cooperating agency status or not, and that is an analysis. They will provide what they think the impacts will be. This is a negotiation. So we will need to look and find out what we believe those impacts will be. And the reality is we'll probably meet somewhere in the middle.
Okay, so my question being that I see the sheriff standing here, but when we don't have a law enforcement that can enforce the rule of law on this ground, because it's not tribal ground, but it's in that in-between status. We just got done saying the Pledge of Allegiance, that this was one nation under God, indivisible. Is this not dividing up the American ground and creating an entity within our nation that we have no control over?
I really can't speak to. I mean, this is all has to do with federal treaties, various other dynamics,
And we're there.
way beyond me.
Well, Derek,
Yeah.
it's way beyond you, but it's part of our Constitution.
Okay.
So it's not beyond you. It's not beyond
Well,
any of us in this room.
Okay. What is the question? I'm sorry.
The question is, we're not going to have a say on this ground. We're not going to really have a say in anything that happens on this ground. So I think that this really is looking for us to give our consent that we're in agreement for this. And honestly, I'm not. And I think that it has to be worked out with at the federal level between the Yakimas and the Colvilles.
We do have authority.
We do.
Yes.
So our sheriff can go out and make an arrest on this ground?
If I can explain. A situation happened. Okay. Kalispell tribe did their expansion. On all their plans, they provided this access. It was designated as a construction access. In Airway Heights, you have to have a permit, just like here, because to access the roads and things like that. One day, all of a sudden, they decided unilaterally to turn that into a permanent entrance. We said, you can't do that. You got to go through this process. We can probably make it work, but this, that, these, those. They effectively told us to pound sand until I directed the public works director to drop Jersey barriers blocking the access on our land. We control access on and off the property, for one thing. Yes, they are sovereign within their property, but they're not the second they step off, nor if they're violating, there are things that can be done.
But this isn't their treated property. They're adding to their property, and they're looking for our consent in saying yes.
That's not what this does. This says, we have concerns with what you're doing, and we want to be part of the process. That's what this does. This has nothing to do with and is not viewed by agencies as support. If you are dead set against this proposal, you want the cooperating agency status because it grants you standing that you do not have if you do not accept the invitation.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Stephen Bauman, Commissioner.
So they are doing this with all agencies that has any impact on this issue. Washington State Department of Transportation, the City of Pasco, Pasco Police, Sheriff's Department, every agency that has jurisdiction or impact by this proposal, they will have to go through this same process and invite them to the table.
Correct, yeah.
So if we do not do this, we are relegated to a public comment period in a public meeting during the public outreach process-ish.
That would be the closest similarity, yes.
So if we do this, we have a seat at the table in the negotiation process to say, we don't want an entrance there. We want the entrance down here.
Exactly.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Sheriff Raymond for
So I'm
comment.
appreciative that the law enforcement question, but it's been addressed and was addressed also probably a couple of years ago. Currently, we have a contract with the tribes for when they arrest their membership or people that they represent, that they will book them into the Franklin County Jail by contract that was reviewed by the prosecutor's office, et cetera, et cetera. The Franklin County Sheriff has all law enforcement responsibility on tribal land out in the parking lots, et cetera, and crimes that the American citizen commits, that belongs here. And the tribes haven't tried to take any of that authority away. They're actually being very cooperative with that because they recognize that their law enforcement's going to need to respond actually out of Inchelium. So they have sat down with Pasco Police Department and with this sheriff, and we have all that figured out and how we'll implement and who will handle which crimes when they occur. But the basic understanding is if you're in the casino and you commit a crime and you're a tribal member, they're going to handle it. If Rocky, for example, is in the time and he commits a crime, then the sheriff or the police chief's going to come handle it. It's just,
And I don't
it's
appreciate
actually
that
pretty simple.
Well,
you'll get over it. I'm using that
No,
as
I
an
don't
example.
have to get over it. I shouldn't have to take
Yeah.
that abuse from you.
So,
And no one else in this courthouse should have to take false accusations either.
no one gave you a false accusation.
Well, you
I'm
just
saying that
uses
you
me as
committed
an
a crime.
example, and you're deteriorating my reputation, and I don't appreciate it, and I don't appreciate it when you do it to other people as well. I've given you the opportunity to speak, and I expect you to do it in a respectful manner.
Okay, so still, if it's a citizen that creates the crime and the issue, local law enforcement will address those. If it's tribal members, then the tribe will address those issues. And there's reciprocity contracts that take place between local law enforcement and tribal law enforcement, so you can work through those things, so along with the courts. But to answer your question, Commissioner Didier, any felony crimes that occur on tribal lands, it's the FBI that comes and does the investigation, and they're charged federally. So, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Didier.
So Sheriff Raymond. Yes. Do you, at this time, have the appropriate manpower to take on this task? Or are you going to be asking for a budget increase so we can take care of the tribal land that's in between La La land for all of the law enforcement that's going to occur? Because we have seen in the past that these are an attractant for crime, have we not? I have enough manpower to respond to criminal acts on the tribal lands. Without a budget increase? The city of Pasco has enough to respond. Yep, there's going to be no request for increases for law enforcement. But if they asked, if the tribe said, we want to have you on this site, then they would be paying for it, and it'd be done through a contractual situation. So, for example, the Toppenish PD, anywhere between $3 to $500,000 a year, the Yakima tribes give to the city of Toppenish to offset those costs. So yes, we're fine the way it is. It's actually going to be in the city limits, most of it, and there's only going to be a portion of it in the county. So there's going to be no request for additional manpower or those type of things. It's just a matter of the sheriff's office communicating with the tribal police to make sure we don't step on each other's toes when things occur. Because they will occur. It's going to happen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the communication lines are well open. In fact, to be quite honest with you, there was Franklin County commissioners that were in the first sets of meetings that were held at the Red Lion on all these topics and participated in and was in agreement to, to move forward and to look at it. Sheriff, I was in that meeting, and I wasn't in agreement. I listened to him, but I was not in agreement, okay? Well, I'm not So saying don't about put words in agreement, my mouth either. I'm just saying you participated. Yeah, Didn't say and you said agreed we with were it. all in agreement. No, I wasn't in agreement. Thank you, Sheriff. You bet.
Mr. Bratton,
Put that crybaby rag away.
please be respectful when you're in this chamber. I'd appreciate it. There should be no name calling, bullying, or trying to intimidate somebody with verbal abuse.
At this time, I can't be in agreement of this situation.
Well, my question would be to Mr. Bratton, is this just giving us a seat at the table? Because if we don't abide by it or join it, that limits our voice, is that correct?
Yes. And regarding law enforcement costs, things like that, that's exactly what I would, so for, again, in Airway Heights, the city received a allocation based on an analysis they did. If there's a need for, extra law enforcement equipment, personnel, vehicles, those types of things, because that's what they determine, we need 5 more sheriffs. They'll pay for it, or they won't get it, and it doesn't happen. Those types of things. And so that's the purpose of being a cooperating agency, is primarily to your voice is louder and you have actual grounds to negotiate. This is a multi-step process. First, the BIA will make its recommendation. That recommendation will go to the governor. The governor then will solicit comment from folks, primarily us, because we're going to primary impact us in the city and stuff like that, the locals. And then the governor will then make their determination, and then that's when it becomes final. It's about 2 to 3 year process, usually.
The chair recognizes Commissioner Bauman.
We really, really need to send this letter, and we need a seat at the table. This is not agreeing to anything that they have planned or proposed. It simply gives us, as a cooperating agency, the opportunity to speak on behalf of Franklin County. If we do not do this, this drastically reduces our ability to impact or have say in what happens on this site. We need a seat at the table. We need to sign this letter.
I would be in agreement with that, because I don't think this doesn't show if we're taking sides or not. It's simply allowing us to have a voice in the decision. Is that correct?
Yeah, it in fact explicitly states we have serious concerns with this, and this is why we want to be a part of it. That
Mr.
it
Chairman?
will have
Yes.
an impact.
It said cooperating agency, as a cooperating agency.
That is a NEPA designation status. Anytime you're involved in a NEPA, and at this level, that's the designation, that's what you're called, a cooperating agency. It means you're cooperating in the NEPA process. It doesn't mean that you're cooperating in the development or the approval of the project. It's a relationship between us and NEPA, and that we're cooperating in the NEPA process.
So, Derek, through the process that you just stated, the governor then puts out for the comment period, is what I heard you say, correct?
There will be a round of that.
Why
yes.
aren't we having that now here locally? Why aren't we letting the people engage now? I would like to hear from the public before I sign up as a cooperating agency here in Franklin County.
Because this is a federal process.
It's going to affect us locally.
I appreciate that, but it's under the purview of the regulations, processes, statutes in place at the federal level. It's something that, I can't answer why it's not done in a different way than how it is. That's the process that's been established.
It's getting jammed right down our throat whether we want it or not, that's why.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Commissioner Baumann.
We absolutely could call for a public comment meeting on behalf of the county. As the commissioners, we can do that. We could have 2 night meetings, spread a month and a half apart, and we could ask Mr. Bratton to come and present on our behalf of what this process looks like, and what the proposal is that we know of it today. We certainly don't know a lot about it, but we know the square footage of the building that they've proposed. We certainly could do this on behalf of Franklin County. This does not preclude us from that. This simply gives us a seat at the table during the NEPA process. The NEPA process is not a tribal process. It is a National Environmental Policy Act process that has been laid out that is not specific to this site. It is a process that is held all over the nation.
Any federal project any project receiving federal funds needing an environmental analysis goes through the NEPA process.
I've been a part of NEPA processes. To be a part of a NEPA process does not mean you're for or against. You can be as much for as anybody possibly could be, or as far against as anybody possibly could be. Has nothing to do with you being a part of the process. Commissioner, if you're concerned about that we need public comment and outreach, we could do that. The tribe has a local liaison or representative that we could ask to be a part of that. If we were to choose to hold public meetings about what they're proposing, we certainly can do that, and we could invite them or not. It would be
and have the public involved as regarding what responses we do to specific things. That's totally up to how the board would like to act in that role as a cooperating agency, and how they want to leverage that opportunity with regard to engaging the public. It's not done that way often, but wow, what a
an opportunity
novel approach
to engage the community on something that, as Mr. Didier says, it will impact our community.
It will.
It's going to be something new that we've never had here. It will impact all of the agencies involved. Everything from a facility of that size with that many visitors. It's going to impact our access to the freeway, which they're going to have to address with the city of Pasco and with the Department of Transportation. Mm-hmm. It will impact our sheriff's department. It will impact Pasco PD, and all of those have to be addressed in their own way. And this is the process to go through that.
Correct. Like I said, they'll make their offer. Our job is to make sure that we know what it really costs us and stick to our guns. And because if there's issues with it, it can affect their approval.
Including our cost to respond to this process.
Exactly.
They will have an expense simply for us to engage in this process. Because they are a non-tax-paying entity and they don't have access to these services without an expense. It will be a part of.
It's basically through contract.
It's through contract, even for us to have a seat at the table.
So,
and then, though local and state law doesn't apply necessarily, federal law does, and contracts are federal law. So violations of contracts between parties would be handled in a federal court system. So they are under authority. It's just not us. They're under the feds.
But this is our neighborhood. So, Mr. Chairman, before we decide to go with this or not, I would like to have a public hearing on this for the public to attend and to weigh in on it.
Commissioner Baumann.
Do we have a time frame of when we have been asked to respond to this?
They said at our earliest convenience. It has been 2 weeks. Generally speaking, those timelines, I would have to go, I didn't bring there's a timeline in the original packet I provided for the workshop.
Well, government
need
never
to do
works that
that.
fast anyway, so.
These do.
Oh, these do?
This is time, like they must do things within certain time frames. And just like, for example, I run a SEPA comment period for 14 days. Anything that comes in after that regarding the SEPA is not valid. There is a limitation. There are timelines.
So would you be willing to come back next week and tell us, what our response date needs to be? And perhaps we can work behind the scenes and engage in what a public meeting might look like. I don't know if it's in a workshop setting such as this, or if it would be something we would do in a larger venue. Not sure.
I'm at the board's discretion, whatever y'all want me to do.
Well, I think there's more benefit to being a part of the conversation than giving up our right to voice our
It
opinion.
does not in any way, shape, or form establish a support or against. If you are doggedly against it, you would want to be a cooperating agency. It has nothing to do with the actual project. It has to do with your cooperating with the NEPA process to be part of it. You are in it. It has
The benefits outweigh the,
I don't know of a detriment. I
Okay.
don't know a negative, except for the potential perception.
right
The-
here,
I'm right here. I'm not running.
Yeah, I understand Commissioner Didier's concern with regard to it being perceived as something that we approve or support, but that is not what it means. It means it doesn't have anything to do with our position on the specific project. It has to do with, we want to cooperate with the NEPA process such that we want to be part of it. We want to be able to inform and be compensated for impacts or negative things. If we can't stop it, then we at least need to mitigate any negative impacts to us.
thank you for the presentation. Thank you for clarifying everything.
I just need direction. Am I coming back next week, or what am I doing here?
Again, I think the benefit of being a participant is crucial. So you have my consensus.
My consensus to move forward, but agree that we should look forward to as far as, what might a public outreach look like.
Would you like me, okay, so you have the letter. If that letter meets you would be able to sign it. I just need to know whether or not I need to come back, and if I need to come back, what is it that you want me to do when I come back? Present what the public process is going to be? What is it that you're looking for from me?
Yeah, my
on this?
consensus to participate and join the process. I also would like to see a public forum to where we can answer questions and get the concerns of the citizens. That's who we represent, so I'd like to know their opinions on the
Is that
process. But
before the letter is sent?
Send the letter and come back next week and propose what a public meeting might look like. I'm
Or
happy
when
to.
we're trying to comment on specific proposal aspects, that type of a thing?
I would defer on that. That process, they will go through that process. They will go through a public outreach process, but I think what has been proposed here is a Franklin County process of where our stance would be on the project. Is that accurate, Mr. Didier?
I would need more than a week to do that.
I understand that. I'm just meaning a proposed, what your propose of that might look like. I would see that as something that you would lead.
So, okay, correct, what I think I'm hearing is what you would like next week is basically an outline or a rough, like, okay, we're a cooperating agency, we're gonna do X, Y, and Z, for public comment, then use that to formulate our official comment or response.
Yes.
Something along, okay. And next week, okay.
If you need 2 weeks, I have no
would
problem with
prefer
that.
two.
Two's fine. Let's say 2 weeks, that's fine.
Because I'm gonna have to, there's a bunch of various pieces that I'll need to outline out, potential impacts and things that we'll need to look at. So is the letter gonna be signed and sent? Or, okay,
My consensus is to sign it and be part of the discussion.
okay. Then, yeah, you have a copy of the letter. Just dawned on me, it's on my letterhead, it should probably be on your letterhead, so I'll coordinate with Teresa on that.
All right, thank you, Derek.
Thank you.
Moving on to Commissioner Administrator updates. Jeff Briggs, do you have anything you want to voice, or?
I think we're still looking for, the various departments in the county are sort of looking for that leadership.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Bauman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Had a few busy days this last week. I sit on the National Parks Committee for here in this region, and met with the committee, and we went out and toured the B reactor, and it's pretty spectacular. I've been there before, and I know a lot of people here have been there, but the B reactor was the first one of its kind in the world, and it was operational in 11 months. And I'd seen that at about the same time that I had a couple of our county residents reach out to me about some challenges that they're going through, that are approaching a year trying to get a permit. And I just thought that was a stark contrast to building the first of its kind in the world, a reactor that has revolutionized the way that the world is powered today, and was villainized for a period of time and is now being appreciated more and more, where that it will be the source of power in the future. And just thought that was a really stark contrast. Also had a SAT meeting out at CCOM with the agencies that will have a presentation that will impact some of what the issues that SAT meeting was about. Coming out of that meeting, they are headed towards what the ask or what the needs would be for some communications that they're working on, that there's engineering happening on, and figuring out what it will be. And so they're going to be figuring out a cost, timeline, and a priority list. And so really appreciated all of the input that was had out there. Had an agenda meeting with staff, had a meeting with council about bargaining, and have had the opportunity this last week meet with a number of our legislators. And that's my report, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Didier.
Had the elected department head meeting, and there was a couple departments that was very vocal on that we should have an administrator. Talked to them at length about other options and another hybrid position other than an administrator that we could use, or an intern for a while, which I seen an email today about possibly getting a very well-recognized person that was with Wasac to come in and help us temporarily. County roads, it's harvest season. Hooper Road got bladed. They didn't do Hope Valley Lane, and it's washboarded really bad. And I know that there's a lot of county roads that are getting washboarded. And at this time of year, we really need the graders to be running just about every day, because they are getting pretty bad, and school buses are going to be traveling them here pretty soon, and we need to make sure that those school buses have a safe travel. And then the communication on the tax for the 911, I've had talked to a lot of people, and just asking questions about taxation and where they're at. As Mr. Cooper stated, the farming community is hurting pretty bad right now. Commodity prices are all-time low, and there's a couple bright spots, but not many, and our input costs are all very high and going up. It's not going to be an easy sell for this tax, for this radio. And I think the more difficult we make it, the greater chance it's going to fail. If we're going to attempt this, I think a 1/10 of 1% would be a great start. It would give us roughly $3 million a year, and we could go out there and get the radios that we need and the towers put up that we need for communication, and we'll get a bond and pay it off over time. If we go for too high of a percentage, it'll fail, and we're going to be right back where we're at right now. The key is to get started and making sure, because I know we've had radio failures down there on 395 on a fire. They couldn't. We've already heard testimony today that we've had radio failures on other incidents, and we need to have a radio for the emergency services. And God forbid, if you're laying on the side of the road in a car crash and you want the ambulance to show up, you want those radios working. So I'm looking forward to this workshop that we got coming up. That's it for me.
Okay. So this week had the Finance Committee meeting. Didn't have the budget meeting, just from people were out of town and whatnot, but we did have the Finance Committee meeting. Also had a meeting over labor negotiations with Mr. Briggs. Had some discussions with the Health Department over the proposed possible sale of the building and vendor payments and whatnot, but we've got that straightened out so that the vendors will get paid off of some renovation work that was done inside the Health Department building. Also had some discussion on items that they found out at the HAPO Center that were not properly surplused. So just a couple items. I think it was a sprayer and a trailer, but put the word out through the community to find out if there is a use for those, either with the weed department or with the road department. So I think if we can't find a use for it, it would be my consensus that we surplus them and put them in a further auction down the road. And so the HAPO auction with all the horse stalls, livestock panels, portable bleachers, tables, there's a wide variety of items out there that have value, and all those items are up on the Booker website now so that you can take a look and see if there's something out there that interests you. There should be a lot of interest in those panels. There's a lot of value there. That auction will open up the 25th of this month to start the bidding and ends August 1st. So if you have any interest in those items, please go to the Booker auction website and take a look and start bidding. So moving on to administrative office business. Is there any administrative office business? So Mr. Didier also commented on his update about the position for county administrator, and I have spoken with Eric Johnson, and so he has he's interested in speaking with us as an interim position only. He's not looking for a long-time job, but definitely is interested in coming in and speaking with us on a path to move forward. So this is the easiest way to communicate that with my fellow commissioners in an open meeting. So that is what I have for administrative office business. Is there anything additional that anyone would like to speak about?
I would be happy to have Eric come in and visit with us. I think that would be that would be appropriate, I would appreciate that. One other thing I forgot to add to my report is just want to say I really appreciate our Public Works Department and the hard work that they've been doing out on Sagemore Road after a canal washout or a pond washout. And that happened last Friday, and appreciate the Sheriff's Department taking care of traffic control on that and when it was discovered, and the hard work of the Public Works Department.
Mr. Chairman, that was reported as a pond washout, but it was actually a mainline break. If it was a pond, it would have taken the whole road out. If the capacity of these ponds let loose, it'll take the whole road out. So it was a mainline break. I know who farms it, and they got it fixed and shut off. That's why it didn't do any more damage than it did.
All right. Well, thank you for the updates, and we'll move on to public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? If so, please come up to the mic, state your name, and limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Michelle Andrews, with regard to the NEPA action, you definitely need to be at the table. I would ask you to make a contact with Elaine Willman. She's a Cherokee woman that served on Toppenish, and she saw what happened with casinos. There is going to be a brutal impact on our county. And she's a tribal woman saying that. With regard to the tribes, there were 75 when our nation started. There's over 570 now and 400 waiting to apply. Do they just come up out of the ground? You do need to be very cautious, because the tribal people are suffering more than they ever have. And that's a fact. It's their government you have to watch for, and I spent 7 years working on the Snake River dams. That was the main issue. Because our counties didn't have NEPA training, which our state was supposed to be training you in, by the way. Darrell Olson, Columbia Snake River Irrigators Association board representative, carried the water for multiple counties. NEPA is a framework by which you evaluate the EIS, and they didn't do it right. And now we have our senile president putting a task force together to breach our dams. Nothing has stopped it. Nothing. We have a Class C felony that's running for governor, and everybody's afraid to call his office and get things in writing for things that we were covering under the Civil Service Commission, because they don't give a rip. The only way you get a good response is going through your senator, and that email's still sitting in my email box because I wasn't allowed to. The problem, gentlemen, is that we have what's called resolutions. We resolve issues, we don't create them. And that's my biggest concern as a citizen and a taxpayer. We're putting a $32,000 roof replacement on our roof because our insurance commission won't cover anything 15 years or older, even though the roofs are stipulated to 35 years. And we're at 33. The tax that will be added to that $32,000 for me and my husband, who are retired and do have a savings, that's a big chunk out of our savings. So when you add that for the emergency services, that really hurts. And we won't have anything left for you later when something else comes up. I am in full support, but I would ask you see if you can find a legal way to tell the state government, who should be working for us, that we need to retain 3% of our tax rate, and we don't need to go put it in a bond and beg for it back. They work for us. And these guys need the support. They absolutely do. I would ask you to talk to me about Elaine Willman. She is federally recognized. She knows all the stuff about NEPA and the tribes. She accurately predicted exactly what's happening with our Snake River dams. And if you want really good input and be NEPA prepared with tools, that's what you should do. So talk to me after.
Yes. Anyone else in the room, please come forward.
Chairman Mullen, thank you. I thought I'd go a different way on this, just a little bit, on the communications tax. 3 years ago, I had a stroke. It affected my right side and all that. And I had the county, and then I've had a couple other instances where I've had to be rushed to the hospital. And I've had the Pasco Fire Department and all that. So I would really want to emphasize the fact that people have come to save my life and take care of me, and the only way they did that was through the communications ability that they have with CCOM and all the way around with all the different cities that work together, all the counties, all the fire departments, all the ambulance services and all that work together to make sure that we have life safety in our community. So I would respectfully say, understand your concern on the 1 penny versus 2, but we do not want to underfund. And what my understanding is that there's numbers that's been thrown out there in terms of how much is it going to cost, and it sounds like it's more reaching towards $20 to $30 million. That's a lot of money, and you do not want to underfund this program to take care of all of these people that are in need. Life safety at the police and fire level, those people definitely deserve it, and then it's all in our community as well. So I wanted to highlight that a little bit too, of why we should probably, it might be tough, but the fact of the matter is we should be able to communicate to our community that this is what happens, this is what we're expecting to have happen, and I think you will get the yes votes that you need to have from this community. They've always supported us with our children, with our school bond levy stuff, and they will support us this way as well. No guarantees, I understand, and it'll be a tough thing, but that's what the committee needs to do, is to go out there and say, we're going to have this funded properly to take care of all of those people that you represent and that we want to make sure is protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Any callers on the phone? Is there any need for executive session today?
Yes, there is under RCW 4230-110-1I, potential litigation. We would need approximately 20 minutes.
All right. Who do you want
Just
present?
myself, the board, and then
Legal.
Mr. Sand and Ms. Lloyd.
All right. So at this point, we'll go into executive session for approximately 20 minutes under the same RCW code stated by Mr. Briggs. The time is 10:17, so we will reconvene at 10:37. And at this point, I would just ask legal to be present, the Board of Commissioners, and do you need the clerk of the board within?
Jeff,
Yeah.
Do you need the?
board or no?
What's that?
Clerk of the board or no?
All right.
Steve?
I forgot my phone.
1 or 2 tenths?
What's that?
accept PDF versions of redacted emails.
Oh, we did say that? Okay, I missed that. Okay, he said I want native format. I skimmed it.
We've come out of executive session. We're going to go back into executive session, for another 20 minutes underneath the same RCW code as before. Thank you. to extend the executive session for approximately another 10 minutes under the same RCW code as before. Thank you. So we've come out of executive session with no decisions being made. Is there any further business for the good of the county?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd just like to say that I see no actions of erratic, unpredictable, or paranoia here on this board today, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, Commissioner Didier. Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda. I have three motions here that I would like to make, and so I would move to amend the agenda to allow for three actions to take place.
I second.
It's been a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 So, Mr. Chairman, I've got three proposed motions here. The first one is I would move to transfer the duties of the county administrator to the chair of the Board of County Commissioners that would be followed up with a weekly summary of what actions the chair took, and that expenditures in those actions would not exceed $5,000, of which, if anything were to exceed, it would then be brought back to the Board of County Commissioners.
I second.
It's been a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
So, Mr. Chair, I would move to designate the assistant, the position of assistant to the county administrator, to designate that position as the interim public records officer, and to evaluate next week what the ramifications of that might be, and to evaluate to hire somebody for that position in a full-time role.
I second.
It's been a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And
Motion
Mr. Chair, the
passes.
last would be is I would move to appoint the chair as the designated communicator with Mr. Eric Johnson, and to ask him to come in and to meet with the Board of County Commissioners as soon as reasonably possible to evaluate him in the role of interim county administrator.
I second.
It's been a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Any further business for the good of the county? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
We're going to break for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and start the workshop. Thank you.
We are live.
It's Wednesday, July 17th, 2024. We are here for the workshop. So I will now call the workshop to order. Approval of workshop agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the workshop agenda as presented.
I second.
Motion and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Public comment. This is limited to the workshop agenda items only, limited to 3 minutes. Public members may speak during the workshop at any approval of the chair of the board of commissioners. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll start with number 1, presentation of communication tax. Welcome.
Commissioners, I'm going to do a kind of a broad statement of where everybody's at, but present in the room are most of the people that are going to be impacted by this radio dilemma that we find ourselves in. But let me go over historically. Up to 2017, the Franklin County E911 systems, dispatch, et cetera, was handled by the sheriff's office. We had about 20-some employees at the time doing those dispatch services and managing the funds and the budgets. In 2017, the commissioners, the city managers, law enforcement officials decided that we would best serve our communities by combining those services under the CCOM umbrella. What happened is we negotiated the exodus of our employees, and we wrote somewhere, and I don't be precise, but we wrote a $1.5 million check in order for certain things to take place. One is everybody recognized Franklin County had a failing radio system that was in dire need of being fixed in 2017. So opposed to trying to fix something that you couldn't fix, we bought into the CCOM systems, if you will. For that 1.5 million, you became one of 5 entities that are owners in the CCOM system, for a lack of better words. Then everybody else that's on the system became leasers or users. The ultimate goal was that CCOM would be a standalone public facilities district. It would be managed and operated as its own business, and that all of us would actually head to leasing radio equipment through CCOM, and they'd be responsible for maintenance, records, all those type of things. So as an example, if Chris's radio broke down, he would just go over to CCOM and say, my portable's not good anymore, and whack we went. We recognized that we had a VHF 800 problem. 800 megahertz was paid for by the federal government on the Benton County side of the river. On the Franklin County side of the river, there was no funding. So the hope was standalone public facilities district, and that both sides of the river would introduce a communications tax for sustainability for the present and the future. Those plans have changed. We're still not a public facilities district with CCOM, and we still have a huge problem with a crippled VHF system throughout Franklin County. So what that means is the minute you get north of Franklin County, we're all working off VHF, which is a no longer supported system. And so when it breaks, it breaks. And when the people are telling you literally that they have no communications, if that happens, they mean that literally. So what needs to occur is somewhere in the $30 million range is what it's going to take to build out an 800 system that's workable and viable for everybody in North Franklin County. And somewhere we've got to find money to replace portables, mobiles, and continue the maintenance, et cetera, on those systems when we get there. So the people that are sitting here are you can ask questions of them. But at the bottom line is if we do not put to the voters and educate them of what this communications tax will do, it would, well, we'd be doing people a disservice, but most of all, you'd be doing public safety a disservice in responding. So it's not about which is better or worse. You can put it up for 2%, you can collect it or not collect it. It's just you need to get it there so that we have a viable source of income to shore things up. And I'll give you an example. Everybody's going to need new portable radios. And for my agency, between jailers and road staff, you're talking about 225 portables. And you're talking about somewhere in the range of 60 mobiles. And all of them have about $1,000 number attached to them just for the radio equipment on the public safety workers end. And it's a new type of technology, which is phone and 800. And that's before we build. We're going to need a tower on the county courthouse somewhere so that all of the people that are working in the building and around the building have that 800 connectivity. And that same problem is going to exist for all the rest of the fire agencies, ambulance agencies, the Connell police departments and fire departments up north. They're also going to have to go through all of those issues: radios, equipment, the build out of a tower, interconnectability, and all of those issues. And you've been given numbers, like I say before, and that it'd be around 8 million. Well, that's just simply not true. We'll get you, Mike can come up and talk about what he believes the estimates are going to be. But at the end of the day, we need a warm, redundant dispatch center, which the taxpayers have already built the center out. It's just sitting empty. And we need a warm, redundant EOC center in this county, and it needs to be in a dry environment. It needs to be functional, workable. If our EOC goes down or CCOM goes down, there needs to be a place for people to come and work and do the 911 business. And that's been earmarked years and years ago at the end of the sheriff's office, and it sits empty today. And that's part of what this money can be used for construction and those type of issues. So I'll shut up. And
So when you spoke of the 2%, you actually meant to say 0.2%, is that correct?
Exactly, yeah. The communication tax is 002, right?
And what happens to the 911 tax we have already in place?
It's already invested. It's already
invested in what? Because it's confusing for us, and I can only imagine it's even more confusing for the citizens when they see 911 funding for Franklin County on the screen there, when I've been told it's really nothing to do with 911 tax that we already have, and that it's a separate issue. And as far as numbers go out, yeah, I would like clarity, because over the past 6 months, I was originally told that Franklin County share alone was 18 million. And then 2 weeks ago, I find out, well, it's probably closer to, after any types of grants that may come in, we may be looking at 2 to 3 million. Well, that's a big difference between our share being 18, and when you times that by as many communities are involved in this, you're looking at $90 million.
There's two sets of funding. So you have the communication sales tax, which is what it is, a sales tax. And then you have the 911 taxes, 9/11 taxes that are already being generated and collected and invested into the system, into CCOM essentially. Right. This money, if it passes, will buy portable radios. It will help us erect 9/11 or towers throughout the county, et cetera, et cetera. So there is a difference between the two taxes. Okay, I understand that your all concern is you know, some of the farming issues and those type of things. There's ways around that. You can exempt it from this tax, tractors and all those type of things, as you did with the public safety tax whenever it was implemented here in the county. You just need to exempt it again.
I understand that. I need clarification on what the actual costs are, because when you sit there and when somebody tells me it's going to be $90 million, and now today it's 30 million, and 2 weeks ago it was about 12.
Go ahead, Chris.
So
I may be able to provide some clarification for that. The original 18 million was a total project by county and an estimate on the lower end of the budget. So the 18 to 30 million has been talked as long as I've been involved in this. It's more anticipated being an 18 million by county-wide, so it'd be a 9 million for Franklin County, 9 million for
I thought it was being
Bend
divided up
County.
between the 5 individuals. count.
Just separating it as far as by county, as far as if we looked
All right.
at equal numbers, half and half, and then half of that, so if we look at the 18 million, 9 million of it was earmarked for infrastructure, towers, the repeaters, microwaves, those types of things. Another 9 million was for your portables, your mobiles, all the other infrastructure to make that work.
And that would be Franklin County's share split with the city of Pasco?
Correct.
Benton County.
So if we just divided it by, by countywide, just between
And
Bend and
then
Franklin
Benton
County.
counties would be
9
divided
million,
by
9
West
million.
Richland, and Kennewick.
Those are rough numbers. So yes, when we look at the 5 partnering agencies that would be carrying the lion's share of things, obviously it's not going to be an equal split because we only talk about Franklin County, Pasco on the Franklin County side, where on the Bend County side, you have Kennewick, Richland.
So it's not
and
divided
Bend
5
County.
ways
It is
equally?
divided 5 ways.
Equally?
Correct.
It's
Well-
not divided via population. It's divided equally amongst the 5, of which Franklin County is the smallest of all 5.
Correct. The 5 partnering agencies share the lion's share of the expense.
Equally.
And then the ancillary, myself being in that ancillary, or as the ILA is written, is that you're a contract agency, not a partnering agency, because we just contract services with CCOM. Now I pay on a monthly basis for my services with CCOM, compared to the partnering agencies actually having ownership and a voting right at the table within BCS's executive board. I, as Connell, don't have any say or any influence with that board, because just being a contract agency, same with West Richland, Prosser. But at the 5 partnering agencies, the 3 cities and the 2 counties are the 5 partnering agencies.
Equal partners?
Equal partners.
Okay.
Equal, say, all 5?
I'd have to go back to the ILA. If my memory serves me correctly, does somebody have additional? If I remember right, they both, or all 5 have 2 voting rights for the 800, because also we're talking difference between microwave 800 and microwave. And those have different partnering, let me put this in the middle here. Depending upon what system is, you'll have different partnering agencies that all have different voting rights within that system, whether it's microwave 800 or the VHF.
So with reference to this upgraded 800 megahertz system, the 5 agencies are equal partners in funding and equal voting power.
Correct.
Almost correct, Commissioner. So right now today, on the 800 side of the House, Franklin County does not have a vote for 800 at this time, because Franklin County is not an actual member per the ILA. They are now, as of the last adjustment to the interlocal agreement, a voting member for the microwave portion, which is the infrastructure that carries the radio. The ILA is being addressed again now at this time. I believe it's in legal review on the Benton County side, that will make the 5 agencies have equal voting rights for the 800 system as well. So basically the full price, whatever the full price comes out to be, whether it's the 18 million or 30 million, which we do not know yet. I suspect closer to the 30 than the 18, but time will tell on that. That number will then be divided amongst the 5 agencies equally. And for example, in Franklin County, if the county portion, and I'll just throw a number out, say it's 5 million, and that's just for example purposes. If it's 5 million, then the county will decide how they're going to fund that, whether it's charging back to Chris for his portion of it, however that works out as far as this project. Chris will still have his other funding or other responsibilities with CCOM that he has to deal with. When we move to the 800 system, there is an ongoing fee that is a subscriber fee, just for the privilege of carrying that radio and being a member of the system. Now, I simplify that by saying being a member of the system, but it's paying for the upkeep of that 800 system from CCOM. That's why there's that subscriber fee there.
So Pasco and Franklin County are both members of this 5-member organization.
Correct.
But Connell would contract with Franklin County, who would pay a part of the fee for the microwave system, or not, I'm sorry, the 800 megahertz system that we're talking about. He would have other obligations, but as far as, because he's not a member, and CCOM is not an organization other than a managing organization that is owned by 5 entities, his contract would be with Franklin County, who is an owner.
If there was to be a contract, that would be a correct statement. I don't know, there hasn't been discussions on whether you're going to contract with Connell Police Department in order to cover part of Franklin County's cost for their ownership piece, that $5 million, quote unquote, that $5 million piece, whether Franklin County is going to split that up and send it out to the fire agencies and stuff like that, or if Franklin County, as the owner, is going to figure out how to pay for that with the tax, with grants, with whatever that may be that you're going to fund it with.
So a couple of questions, and I'm not sure who's the one. Sorry, Mr. Chair, you're right.
No, go
ask
ahead.
questions.
Yeah, go ahead, please do.
So a couple of different questions. I believe that I heard you say that Benton County's side of the river paid for their 800 system with federal dollars, I think that you said.
Yeah, because of the Hanford area, they built out a complete operable 800 system.
The-
Yeah.
So that was the CSEP, the Chemical Stockpile Emergency Preparedness Program, funded the building of the 800 megahertz system, the original microwave system, and including CCOM, the building.
Right, and now Pasco Police are the only ones right now that work off that 800 system for operability purposes. So if you're get north of town, there is no operability.
So-
It's very limited and it's sporadic.
If I may
because of
ask,
VHF.
north of town is the downwinders. How are we not included in this?
Question we ask a lot during the CSEP program, and
It was actually asked back then, yep, why would you not build out the 800 systems? And that's what, 20-plus years ago, right? Yeah. And the minute that took place, that build-out of 800 versus VHF, there absolutely, for close to 2 decades, there was no communication with KPD. Pasco PD couldn't communicate with KPD. Franklin County couldn't when they were on 800. So we used what was called a learn frequency in order to communicate them during critical incidents. And then the learn frequency, which was run by the state, it's basically gone, is my understanding, doesn't exist. So what you have is you have an isolated group of ambulance, fire, police, sheriff, Port of Pasco, police department, who was invited here today. We just work off VHF, and we're the ones that are now isolated. I was insistent that we stayed on VHF when we went through this in 2017, because if I was to piggyback off of Benton County's system and pay to be on it, then I would not be able to communicate with ambulances and, you know, all those type of people up north that we communicate with on a daily basis. So fast forward today. Today is when that VHF system breaks, and, you know, he's here to speak technically about that. We're done. We have no communication. It's a life safety issue. And I don't know what it's going to be in the end, but I know it's going to be more than 8 million. And we have to build out towers. There needs to, my last study I looked at was 6, right?
so I want to say
Yeah.
we're not building, in the current plan, there are no new towers being constructed. We're trying to leverage towers and infrastructure, buildings, power and such that are existing today. We would be dropping new equipment at these
Yeah.
locations, so there would be new sites to the system, but they would not we're not doing greenfield construction, where a greenfield construction could run north of $1 million really easily. So we're leveraging the stuff that's in there. That being said, it's still expensive.
Right.
With
When I
the-
say towers, I just mean
Communications
microwave
side.
and.
New locations.
Yes.
Right.
So, Sheriff, with the Sheriff's Department needing 225 radios, what the other organizations, Connell PD, our fire departments, et cetera, about how many is that in a totality in Franklin County? 500-ish?
So the total number for Benton and Franklin County is just about 2,000 radios. Benton County's need is just slightly higher. If I had to throw a number on it, I would say we were probably about 1,100 here in this county.
And that's portables and mobile.
That's portables and mobiles.
So we would need,
1,100.
so 225 is just portables.
Right, well, yeah. So, for example, you all, for lack of better words, you would be buying the radio equipment for Franklin County, but Connell's got to figure out how to buy their radio equipment, and the volunteer fire departments who have no money have to figure out how to buy their radio equipment. And there really in lies the problem, and with this communication tax money, we can use that money to buy my equipment and satisfy my needs and the Connell Police Department's needs and the volunteer fire department's needs who don't have any money and are going to have to go on this 800 system, and they're going to have to strategically place 800 microwave equipment throughout the county for the radios to work. So it's a three-pronged problem.
So there's been discussion for a long time, you alluded to it earlier, that CCOM needs to be a standalone organization. So what would that look like? Because right now we're talking about we're buying our needs, Connell's buying their needs, the fire department's buying their needs. If CCOM were to become a standalone organization, what would the funding look like? And then it appears to me that we either need to make CCOM a standalone organization today, or we need to wait for 2 years until this is implemented, and then everybody allocates their access, however that happened,
Right.
allocates their access to CCOM, and then it becomes that. So what does that look like?
So if CCOM was a standalone public facilities district entity, okay, then the public owns it, and then we would all go to, we would be 1/5 owners, Franklin County would be, but we would all basically go to a leasing monthly service fee plan, and it would be equally divided based on calls for service, what radio equipment you have, what maintenance costs, and so on. There's a formula that's been built out for that, but that's the problem. We're not a public facilities. CCOM isn't a public facilities district yet. They claim now that with all this starting, that they're going to try to hasten the pace of it being a standalone public facilities district, that they're, going to work at, trying to figure out how to lease equipment. They're going to apply for grants. And that's what the other thing you have to be careful of is when they say, well, we got this grant and we've got that grant coming. That doesn't mean they've been approved yet. Doesn't mean it could go some other direction. So for me, it's about sustainability. Where do you generate money that's sustainable for public safety to start addressing all these needs where everybody participates in helping finish that out in this county, if that makes sense to you?
Yeah, so not completely answer my question. So it doesn't appear that it works well to do it at the same time. You either need to do it first or last, but not at the same time, because that seems to be really, really muddy. Is that fairly accurate?
Go ahead.
If I could speak to that, Commissioner. Again, this is my opinion. I think that they can happen at the same time. We can maintain our current funding structure as it's built out by the agencies, as other things develop out, and then switch over to different models as far as the funding structure. But the conversation of being its own public entity has been had for decades, and the can just keeps getting kicked down the road. My personal opinion is, and it's been for several years now, is it needs to be its own standalone entity. How it's funded, we can keep it under our current funding structure, but then ultimately things like the communication sales tax can help change that funding structure and deviate from where our current existing structure is at. And as the model was built out, yes, those things, like the portables, being able to turn those in, have the staff to be able to support the radio systems, all of those things would be what the communication sales tax would go to fund, which ultimately could reduce our end users as a service fees potentially. But it can be done at the same time, and we've had several different contractors that have come in that have said the exact same thing. It's just a matter of saying when we're going to do it, and it would be structured the same way it is now with your executive board that would run this public entity and who those members are and their voting rights and everything else. The models that I have seen would be maintaining the current BCS structure, just overlaid on this new entity.
Standalone agency. So I appreciate that. So everything that I've seen now sitting on the BCES board and the SAT board, everything it appears to me is that if we could do it yesterday, we should. And so that's what it appears to me. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that we can do it at the same time without unnecessarily complicating it for, making it a difficult process for anybody.
Absolutely. And 2 years ago, there was an individual that was brought in as a consultant that was willing and ready to do that. Whatever the powers that be that decided not to do that at the time, but he was willing to take on this project, do all of the legal filing and everything that we need with the state in order to make sure it's done properly and structured properly, because there's different models of how you can structure it. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert in any of that, so I'd have to defer to others, but it was all doable and prepared and ready to go. It's never the right time, and I equate it to kind of like having children. It's never the right time.
No.
But it's one of those that it's, at some point in time, we're going to have to do it, and this could be a sustainable funding source for all of those other ancillary things, to include the staffing. Like I was talking with Michael earlier, is he does a phenomenal job. I mean, our staff that support our system do a phenomenal job, but it's only one guy. So we need more Michaels to be able to help support the system and make sure it's up and running, or do little tweaks, make sure they're out there doing the PMs and everything on it. And then all the others, the support staff that are going to go along with the dispatchers to make sure that CCOM, or whatever the name ends up being, is supported as a standalone entity, and all of this funding can go to help maintain that a sustainable source.
And one other thing is the outside contractor that he's speaking of, he was actually brought in 3 times. He was brought in to dissolve Franklin County 911 systems, for lack of better words, and try to merge them together. Then he was brought in for a short period of time for a discussion about, of all things, this communication text and the need to do it on both sides of the river. And he was sent away. And then when they started discussing public facilities district, he was brought back in for a term, a short term, and his message was always the same: standalone public regional dispatch center. You're going to have to implement communication taxes in order for it to be sustainable, and one entity should not be running this. When he put those cards on the table, then he was told, well, thanks, we'll consider it, which brings us now today, where we're at today.
So this, we're trying to separate, as Commissioner Mullen said a minute ago, we already have an emergency tax. What's the name so that I can differentiate between the two? So this one's the E911 tax?
No,
This is
a
not.
communications tax.
So this would be communications, and the other one's.
That has to be approved by the voters.
Correct.
The E911 taxes, they're just done. Yeah.
So it exists already today, and do we know what percentage it is?
I believe it's 1/10. I would have to get back to you with an exact number. I believe it's 1/10. And what that tax is for is supporting the dispatch center. So basically, from where they answer the phone until they hit the key to transmit to a fire or law enforcement agency, that's what it supports, is in the middle. Once you hit the microphone, there is no funding source from the state that takes care of that.
Okay, so we stand up. We stand up the new CCOM as a standalone entity. then the existing E911 tax at what our belief is right now is at 0.1%. And the proposed tax that we're talking about today, which is, if it were to be passed as presented, would be 0.2%. So then that would be Franklin County's responsibility for this standalone entity, which would be 0.3%. And that would take care of the dispatch center as well as the communication center. I'm sorry, not the communication center, but the radios.
That would be Franklin County's money to decide how it is they're going to invest those communication taxes in the best interest of their public safety workers or their public safety side. And you're still going to be, either way, you're still going to be 1/5 owners of CCOM.
I understand that. I'm just trying to understand the.
So we would have to make sure that communication tax money that's being collected, that it's invested into this side of the river's communication platforms, radios, and those type of things. And yes, ultimately in the end, like Chris says, when you get all these hurdles taken care of, then in the end, the question is, how much of that money is not going to be used, and can you now funnel that money into dispatch services to offset the cost for everybody? And the answer is yes, you can. But you got to get there first. I can't even give you a timeline once we started collecting the money to build this whole thing and make it work. But it won't happen overnight. It's a complicated issue.
Yeah, no, I've spent a lot of hours on it, and it's very complicated. So we have 1/10 that goes towards the center as it exists today. We're proposing a 2/10. Where do we pay for that today? That 2/10 that we are not collecting today, where does that money coming from? And is it going to be necessary for, is the 3/10 that we're talking about today, is that going to be adequate, or is it actually 1%? So I think you understand what I'm trying to say. What percentage are we spending today on this, and is that going to be necessary, or is this going to cover that? I know it's a complicated question.
If I could try to tackle that, Commissioner, unless the sheriff wants to.
No, go ahead.
So understand that the 911 tax can only be applied to certain things, and the communication tax can only be applied to certain things. So the communication sales tax as proposed can't go to cover the 911 type things. So that's the reason why there's two separate rather than just combining them in one. The other part is to your question is currently as users or as the parent agencies pay to keep that up and going. But as we've seen, it's not sustained enough funding to maintain the systems that we've got, and hence is why we're having a failed VHF system, because it hasn't been able to be maintained or overhauled or upgraded throughout the decades to be able to make sure that it continues to operate. So it's been underfunded all along in order to maintain the system altogether. Did you have more to add to that?
Yeah. Okay, so I think I understood your question a little bit differently than that, and that is, if we had the 0.2% right now, I believe that would bring in enough income to support the system as it stands today. Mm-hmm. We could maintain, now, by this, I mean, our system is obsolete, so it would have to be built a new system and such like that. But as we operate today, where Franklin County is taking care of Franklin County's radios and microwave and such like that, a 0.2% could push us into the future in that same type of a situation. Moving to the 800 system and the standalone 911 center as a standalone agency, I'm skeptical as whether there will be enough funds with a 0.2% to fully fund that whole thing, paying for subscriber fees, paying for Motorola contracts, and all of the things that are involved. Now, that would, when I say I'm skeptical, that means eliminating user fees. Right now, our system is funded by whatever we spend, we bill back to the user agencies in an equal share formula that other people come up with.
Do you know what we spend either in a percentage or in a total sum right now, yearly average?
I can tell you that last quarter, we spent just short of $40,000, and it's been relatively stable in that arena for the Franklin County. This is only for Franklin County.
And
So
that's
roughly-
operations and maintenance, but not growth or repair.
That is repair, not
Repair.
growth. That is no future planning whatsoever. That is just taking care of what breaks, emergency break fix.
In my budget is 60,000 annually. But
So-
it also depends upon call volume, what dispatch services I utilize, but it's on average is about 60,000 a year, just for the city of Conneaut.
So Commissioner, for a little background as well, Homeland Security started out in 2002, and there really was not a consistent ongoing maintenance plan for keeping the system viable. Homeland Security was leveraged heavily on our side as well as Benton's side. I can't tell you, it had been thousands of radios we've purchased over the last 25 years through that program. The funds in that program now are very limited and they're very specific. And unfortunately, the funding basically has dried up to be able to support the system anymore. That was kind of our Band-Aid patch maintenance continuity plan, and it's just not a viable option anymore. So I just wanted to throw that out so you knew a little.
I appreciate that. It is very complex. I mean, I've read reams of information trying to understand. So, Sheriff, for you, I'm sure it's in your operating budget, replacement radios and all those kind of things today. I'm just trying to have an understanding of, if we do this, is this going to relieve pressure anywhere else? Or is this the deficit we have today that it's going to help close that gap?
So our radio equipment in the sheriff's office was got with grants that we wrote. And so was Port of Pasco, and actually Connell's radio equipment was through a grant that was written, and we were awarded, if I remember right, somewhere $860,000, and every bit of that's been spent. There is no maintenance and replacement costs for radio equipment and all those type of things in the budget this year. What was in the budget last year was the ability to buy 2 portable radios and 2 mobile radios a year for breakdowns. So for us, our radio equipment is expired. When they die, they get thrown away because their shelf life's done. And our equipment is duplex equipment, which means VHF 800 both, so we can switch back and forth depending on what environment we're in. And same with Connell and the Port of Pasco. None of that is supported by Motorola or anybody anymore. It all has to be replaced. The most cost-effective way is to replace it with 800 only equipment down the road instead of duplex. Duplex is nice, but it was just intended for a short-term fix when we got that money to move forward and to figure out where we should have been in 2024. And that's the piece that got missed. So like I say, it's not just the volunteer fire department, it's Connell Ambulance, the city of Connell, the Port of Pasco, the sheriff's office, that we're just due for all complete new equipment. And once you get it, then you just want to maintain it. You want to go, okay, we're going to lose 6 radios a year, so let's budget for 6 radios a year, which we were doing for a while.
Almost
but
like
we're not
the,
doing that now.
Almost like the county carpool thing that we've talked about.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
In rounded numbers, doesn't need to be real exact, but a portable radio versus an installed radio value on those. We just talked about that between Benton and Franklin County, we need 2,000.
Right. There is no difference if you're going to 800. I think the cost is the same. Duplex radio equipment.
There is a difference.
Yeah,
So
there you go. I didn't.
First, I want to say my recommendation moving for all agencies is to do the dual band. With interoperability and everything that's out there, if you don't, you could be asking for trouble. That being said, I understand your position, and if you want to go that way. So portable radio, the one that they carry on their hips, you're looking at a rounded number of $5,000 per radio.
For duplex.
For a Yes, for a dual band radio. And you can cut about $800 out of that if you take the dual band out of it. It's not worth it. And you go a little bit more for the mobile radios, about $1,000 more for the mobiles, the ones in the cars.
See, this is the problem we're having. We heard $1,000 each radio. Now we're hearing $5,000 for each radio. I mean, we're hearing numbers, and nobody's together on the same price on anything here.
Commissioner, I purchased those radios for all of these different agencies. I can show you the.
I believe you.
can show
No,
the-
I believe you.
The numbers.
Okay, but
I'm not sure where you got who told you those numbers?
I just heard it from the sheriff, $1,000 a radio. I figured it up for
Well, if I
the,
bought a VHF portable for the jail, they're actually about $400.
well, you gave out a figure of 1,000 each, and I did it by 225. I figured up that, and then I did it by he said 225, you said 1,100. That's 1.1 million but now at 5,000 a radio, the figure jumps big time. Now, I've got some questions here I'd like to ask. When was the 911 passed, the sales tax passed?
Before my time, sir. That's way
It's-
before.
Well, how many years have we been collecting this 911? And we still don't know if it's 1/10% or what it is. Nobody's come forward with that amount of money. Well, what we're collecting, we don't even know what we're collecting yet.
I don't. I know that that's been in effect prior to 2000.
What's that?
Jason had that information in one of the
Jason.
presentations. Valentine.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
in one of the presentations.
It's in the
And it,
presentation, yeah.
I mean, you're all talking 0.2%. I'm hearing here that for Franklin County share, 9 million. 18 million total, but you said Franklin County was 9 million. We got 5 entities, we divide that. If it's 30 million, we divide it by 5, that's 6 million for each entity, correct?
That's not breaking it down for Franklin County. If the total price tag is $30 million, and we want to say Franklin County to include the city of Pasco, that's 2/5 of that $30 million would come across. If you want to take Pasco out of it, then yes, 1/5 would be for Franklin County.
Sorry about that. I had my other phone on silent, but not this one. My question is, we go 0.1%. We're collecting 3 million a year in Franklin County. Why are we going for 0.2%, which would be 6 million? If we get a bond, we can pay this off in years. The sheriff's already said, if we collect more money, then we're going to go elsewhere with it. When we tell the taxpayers we're going there with it, we need to go there with it, not somewhere else. We need to be honest with the taxpayers of where this money's going to.
Well, I think you can do that if you approve the 2/10. Maybe Jeff could chime in here, but if you say, no, let's put it up for a vote to the voters for 2/10, there's nothing to say that if it passes, that you can go down, but you can't go up, right?
Tell me, Sheriff, when we've ever gone down on any tax
I
we've
would say that
collected.
a subsequent board could come in and repeal the tax.
Yeah.
So once we collect the amount, I really don't like the idea of a sunset provision. It just seems problematic to, at X number of dollars, we cut it off, like, just to measure that and track that. And I would say that other statutes that have authorizations for taxes that allow for sunsets usually expressly provide that authorization to sunset. So I don't know if there's an express delegation from the state to authorize us to sunset this tax. So my recommendation would be, if we're going to do it, that we just pass it either 1/10 of 1% or 2/10, and with the understanding that subsequent boards would be free to repeal that tax. Now,
Has there ever
the
been a
tax
tax
the tax I'm
repeal?
talking about, just so we're clear, is an RCW 8214-420. That's the communication tax, and that's kind of dealing with everything, as Mr. Namchek pointed out, that's after you call 911. The surcharge, well, it's also a tax, it's an excise tax, is also an 8214, but that's 8214B030, which is talking about, taxes on phone lines, and that goes into the actual call center itself. One other observation I'd make is that in terms of creating an entity, it does seem problematic looking at the interlocal agreement, because BCES, so Benton County Emergency Services, is sort of divided into CCOM and everything else. And I think historically, Mr. Davis would say that, we were a bi-county emergency services entity, and we sort of went away from that. We weren't an entity, but we had an interlocal agreement. We weren't a separate legal entity, but we worked together, and there were instances in the past that caused us to sort of diverge away from that, and these agreements are sort of still hold those, some of the things that we used to operate as a bi-county entity, and we haven't lost all of those, but we really need to, I think, maybe focus on the communications aspect now, and then look maybe later in the future about, because it does make sense, I think, to have a bi-county emergency services. It really does. If we can work together and function, and this agreement really strongly implies that we should, the way that we're operating in terms of our funding and our communications.
And it said here, it was also stated that in 2017, Franklin County gave $1.5 million for CECOM to be a standalone on its own. So we've already given $1.5 million, and yet they're not standing alone on their own, correct?
So I think all of these arguments are really good for once you make the decision if you're going to put this on the ballot, because that's what we're here for today. I can just tell you that sitting in the audience is a lot of public safety figures that are telling me, no, we need to do the 2/10 or 0.002 or whatever it is, and we need to put it to the voters, and we need to let the voters educate the public whether they want to vote on this. That's what's being asked of the commissioners right now. Time is that now of the essence.
August 6th is our deadline to submit the ballot measure, otherwise we'd have to wait until next year.
Yeah,
So-
and we could argue the 1/10, if you put it up that you're going to put it up for 2/10, it just sets the schedule of what you're going to pay to get it up on the ballot. I just think it's important that you not just listen to me, but you listen to the other people in the public safety arena north of town here. They have a radio communications problem, and the idea that, I get your reasoning, yeah, you could probably find $8 million for Franklin County, but that doesn't take into account Connell or the North County ambulance district or all the volunteers that are going to need money, and this money will help them purchase equipment along the ways and maintain it, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really two different things. And to answer your question about the E911 tax, it's been around for at least 3 decades, and that money is collected and sent to the National Guard, if I remember correctly, and then they distribute it out. Maybe Sean could answer that question. But also, over the years, waiting for some of this to happen, we have started collecting grants and money for equipment and some of those type of things, and those funds are dried up also. When you look at it, there is a need for this, and there's a need to let the voters decide whether they want to pay the sales tax or not. If you want to address, the agricultural pieces of it, you can address that by RCW.
I'm not wanting to address any of that. I'm wanting to address the success for this, for our emergency management people. And if we go for too big of a bite, and these people are paying high prices on everything right now, I don't think it's, I want success. I don't want to put this on the ballot with 0.2%.
Right.
And then it fails. And where are we then?
It passed in Kittitas.
not
I think it passed Klickitat, passed in Spokane. I think it's getting ready to pass in Stevens County, don't say, but wherever it's been put up, if you do it right, it's passed. I don't know of any failures.
It hasn't failed yet.
It hasn't failed yet, is the best answer. And like I say, the service providers are going, yeah, put it up for 2/10, commissioners, so we can decide. And those are your constituents that are giving you the advice to at least put it up for 2/10 and let's see what happens. Because if it fails 1 or it fails 2, this county's in a world of hurt for communications.
I agree.
Well, we all realize the need that's out there. There is just a lot of confusion because, you know, I think the 1/10 of 1% raises about $3.5 million. I think it's a more accurate number. So that's 7 million at 2/10.
This here, the pamphlet we were given today says that 1/10 is 4 million.
I think that the mental health tax, which is 1.01%, raised about 3.5 million last year.
It did.
So
yeah.
it goes to say that that's probably a pretty accurate number to look in the future. And then the other question I have is the dispatch center that you want to put in the sheriff's office, it's vacant? The room?
Just a cement building.
Yeah, I've
So
seen the
it-
room, you've taken me there. How does that work in conjunction with the radio system? I mean, is it something that we absolutely positively need, or is that a want?
No, you absolutely positively need it, and it needs to be, and maybe Sean, you can come help out with
I'm
it.
just trying to understand how.
So you have a CCOM center,
Right.
dispatch center, that's sitting in BCES or Richland property, okay?
Okay.
It's in a wet environment. So if it catches on fire, for example, and the sprinklers turn on, you then have no communications anywhere. If you have a warm, redundant, dry backup system, a dispatch center, an EOC center sitting in this building that the taxpayers already paid for, or space.
So it's a
then-
secondary unit, but is
Yeah.
that always staffed?
No, you would move your BCS staff to there. Or in times of critical incidents, you'd stand up both centers.
Well, that's
That
what,
make-
that's
does
what
that
I'm
make
trying to
sense?
understand, because I'm like,
Gotcha.
if it's two separate units, or if it's a backup unit, or is it,
So
how do you
commi-
staff it?
So Commissioner, essentially, it's a warm standby, kind of like our operation center we have now is ready all the time. It's staffed by all the responders, all of us, you as well. The redundant EOC currently is the small conference room at the sheriff's office. So that would essentially, if that room got built out, the big room, that would be the alternate for us. We would have, for the EOC portion, phones in there, equipment, procedures, stuff, in case we had to evacuate the other center.
So it's simply a backup. It's not a fully
100%.
staffed
But it's
second
all
unit.
warm and ready to go, but it just doesn't have the people there. So, and Michael may be able to help me out with this with CCOM. Currently, if they have a failure at CCOM, say they get hacked somehow or another by a cybersecurity attack, or if there was a fire, something happened in that facility where the dispatchers would have to leave, they have to go to somewhere. And right now, I believe the situation is they go to various, either the police station or fire stations individually with handheld radios and try and dispatch from there. Absolutely not optimal.
Right.
So this would at least provide them a spot where guaranteed it's not going to be a full CCOM dispatch center. It's going to be bare minimum, enough to service the community and the residents with essential 911 calls and functions. So that's kind of the thinking. The state actually, I believe, has a requirement for this, but there is no funding. It's another one of those unfunded mandates. So if we can do this, it is definitely the right thing to do, because a number of dispatch centers across the country have been hacked. I think it was Massachusetts went down for days. Just horrible. So that's kind of our thinking, looking forward in the process. Does that help?
That makes it a lot more clear.
You'd
Thank
actually
you.
be able to switch the phone lines into there, the dispatch operations, the emergency operations centers into there, and it would all be dry. So in other words, no water's gonna hit any of the equipment or any part of the building. It'll be whatever they use for fire suppression.
So there's no fire suppression in the sheriff's building over there?
Yep, it's wet, but that
But
building,
not in that-
that piece would be dry.
Okay.
Still have fire suppression, just a dry system where that it doesn't damage electronics.
Exactly, yeah.
So
And they would have to work in conjunction with each other, the CCOM location, this location. You have to be able to stand them up by themselves, or stand at one location if CCOM was to go down, right? Correct.
So I got another question on 911 sales tax. It's been in for 3 decades. And Sheriff, you said the money's going to the National Guard now?
No, the money for E911 stuff goes to the The military. I said National Guard, I don't know.
Well, that is the National Guard, is the military for Washington State. I looked it
They're the
up.
ones that distribute the money out.
Oh, wait a minute, 911 is for local, is it not?
911. The 911 taxes is not for local.
That was a state tax?
Go ahead.
Yes, it's state tax for us. It's actually a federal tax, I believe. It is managed by Washington State Emergency Management, who is housed at the military department at Camp Murray. So they're the management. The E911 coordinator for the state of Washington is out of Camp Murray at Washington State Emergency Management. They're the ones that distribute that tax statewide to the
Yeah, because
39
when it was
counties.
reported that we had a state military, I Googled it, I looked it up, it is the National Guard, so I didn't realize we had a state military until then, so get educated every day.
And that money's not changing, Commissioner. It'll still come in. Every quarter, we will send a E911 representative to get our pieces. Sure, and that's not going to change. Every quarter, we send an E911 representative for this county, and that's Cheryl Brunk that goes and does that. She accesses the money and makes sure we get it, and then gets it to the right directions, that money where it's supposed to go. All by, some of it's grant monies, it's all kinds of different money, but each county gets a specific allotted amount of that money every year, and it has to go towards, like Mike says, it has to go towards the PSAPs and the answering points, which literally means 911, what's your emergency? Oh, you have a fire in Pasco? Hang on, I'm going to transfer you over to the Pasco Fire Department. So literally what that money is used for, and the equipment and phone lines and those type of things, so.
And just to add a little bit more to the sheriff's point, it could be the case that this is a state tax, because there is both a state tax that's imposed by that RCW, as well as the authorization for the counties to impose a tax. So I don't know if we have a tax. Sounds like we may not, and it's just the state tax that we're talking about.
I just know that if you look at your cell phone bills or your
It's on there.
hardline bills, it's on there. It used to be 50 cents. I think now it's $1.50 or something. I pay attention. But that money's earmarked or designated.
Okay.
So,
We're not the public.
Jeff, would you speak to RCW 4217A 555? It talks about if we were to forward this to be put on the ballot, what, as public officials, which is most of us that are here visiting about this, what would our interaction or lack thereof requirements look like?
So those requirements are triggered once it's a ballot proposition, which it's not yet. It's not a ballot measure yet. We need to get there, right, because we're running up on that August 6th deadline. And just to sort of preface your question with what needs to happen before that, the board would need to pass a resolution directing the auditor to place this on the ballot. There's specific things that need to be in the resolution, including the ballot title, which is sort of a synopsis that goes in the voter's pamphlet, and the explanatory statement as well. So that all needs to happen. But assuming that does happen, and then we want to talk about it again, well, then that RCW is triggered. And what that says is that you cannot use your public office, your public facilities to support or oppose a ballot measure. But the board can. So the board, acting as a body, can pass a resolution or a motion which supports a ballot proposition. In order to do so, they would need to post it on their regular meeting agenda, and prior to making their decision, they would need to basically hold a hearing and have persons either in support or against it have equal opportunity to speak to that.
So at this point, we do have a caller for public comment. Just reiterate the issue that it has to be directly involved with the workshop discussion we're currently in. Thank you.
Caller, you have 3 minutes.
right. So with public comment on over the phone, there's always a delay. So if you're trying to watch it and call at the same time, there is a lapse. So we'll see if he calls back. All right. He's back? All right.
Caller?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
How's it going? How's it going, Commissioners? Leo Peralta here, Thompson City Councilman.
Can't hear
I
you
just
now.
wanted to lend my support.
Can you speak closer to the microphone?
Yeah, I have the phone right up to my ear. Can you hear me now?
Barely.
Barely. How about now?
I think that will be good enough, hopefully, but it is a little, if you could speak louder, it would be appreciative.
Okay, no problem with that. So sorry about that. I'm in North Hanford on the reservation, so I apologize. I wish I could be there in person. But again, I just want to lend my support to this 911 communications tax. If it was in front of me, I would be signing it today. I think we've talked about this at length, and it's my understanding that the commissioners have done a lot of their due diligence, and we've been talking about this for a while. Every second counts. I mean, I can't stress that enough. You had Mr. Mike Miller there talk about his issues that he's health, and if it wasn't for, our first responders and our radio systems and stuff like that, he wouldn't be alive today or something to that effect. And I know each one of you guys support law enforcement. You support our first responders. I mean, that's the paramount duty of our local governments. And so if you support what I've said today, and I know that many of you do, then I would put this in front of the voters this election cycle, and let's just get this done. Every second counts, every life matters, and I would just hate to see something happen in North Franklin County, or in Franklin County in general, because of this system going down. So with that, I appreciate you guys' time, and let's get this done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other callers for public comment at this point? All right. So yeah, we have been overlooking this for the past 6 months. It's just that the numbers have been all over the board. So we're just trying to get a clear understanding of what we're wanting to build and what it's going to cost, and make the decision from there. I mean, initially, I thought for sure we needed to do it like a 1/10 of 1%, and then all of a sudden it jumped to 2. I guess questions would be, when will we find out if there is going to be any grants or any other type of funding? And what happens if we end up with a surplus? Where would it be spent? Because in my observation, that whenever we pass something like this, the money always gets spent somehow. And if there's a way to directly put it towards the emergency radio system and keep it towards that project only, because as an example with the mental health tax, we passed it because the need that is out there. And not to say that there aren't other areas that want access to that money, that they're not viable, but initially it was my understanding all the tax money collected was to go directly towards the recovery center. And now I know how other agencies play a part in the total mental health needs that we have, but I guess my concern with 0.2% is, one, will the voters pass it? Because that will put Franklin County at 9.1% sales tax. Anything over 9 is kind of hard to swallow, in my opinion. But again, it's up to the voters.
So
I just want to make sure that the money is directly going towards the radio.
There's an RCW that will guide every penny of that.
All right. Well, that's what I just want to make clarity on that, because I don't want somebody else coming out and saying, well, you know what? I need an outside external speaker for my patrol car so I can hear the radio. I mean, I'm just throwing
This
stuff
is
out there.
about, you can use the money for purchasing of radio equipment, infrastructure, and some construction issues. Like this money could actually be used to, once we get wiring dropped in the Warm Redundant Center, it could be used to build that out. I don't think that that's going to be the first priority. I think the first priority is you have to have these, what I call repeaters, strategically located with the right equipment to make everybody be able to communicate on 800, and that's in this county. And that needs to be the first priority. And how the money is distributed, then you all can argue with the Pasco City Council once we get it voted on, because it's going to be them voting too, and they're going to want to have some say in play of how the money is going to be invested. But again, today, the problem exists is tomorrow we could have zero radio communications.
Oh, I think we all understand that. I mean, this has been drilled into us for the past 6 months.
Right.
It's not like we haven't.
Right, I get
heard.
it. I understand that, yeah.
So
So it'd get used for the right thing, and ultimately, in the end, it's the Board of County Commissioners, you all three, that would decide how the money's spent.
And I'd just like to add to that, that raising this to 0.2% is not the only answer. As you did with the jail, we can bond this out and pay it off with the 0.1%. This isn't going to stop us from doing what we need to do. We're just trying to not put this to the point where the taxpayers will say, I've taxed enough, I'm voting no. I want it to pass, and I want us to have that radio communication, and we can bond it out, can we not? And then this 0.1% over the years can pay it off. We don't need to pay for it all at once.
It's still not going to pay for it all at once, and yes, you can bond out, but I don't even know what the county's bonding lit is right now. I know that you're still paying on a jail. I know that you're still paying on the construction that took place inside the courthouse, and I don't even know when that bond expires, to be honest with you. I am looking at this in two ways. One is those voters that everybody's talking about. They want you to put it up at 0.2 and let them decide. The people that are sitting here are going, look, we have a critical radio issue and we need to find sustainable money. And then finally, the third thing is it's never failed if you get out of the way and let the public educate before the vote's taken, and that's all in place. The only thing that's not in place is for you three to say, well, let's get it started and get it up on the ballot.
Well, we're all in, I believe we're all in
I do
supportive.
too. I believe it too. Yeah. And don't take this in an offended manner, but you might be surprised. There might be people out there that says no, 0.2. Or
it doesn't
maybe
sound
there's
bad
a
when
way,
you say
maybe
two.
there's a way to craft it that it's 1/10 or 2/10. The voter can do that. I don't know.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
just know that we need to get it on there.
Yes.
Yeah, and I know that you can't go up. You can go down. So if it's 0.2 and you all change your mind and go, well, let's just collect 1/10, I believe that can be done, a little bit of research I've done. And I believe you can actually pass it and not even collect the tax if you choose not to. But you got to get it up there and you got to let the voters decide.
Chair recognizes Stephen Ballin.
Mr. Chairman, we have quite a number of fire chiefs and emergency responders here. I'd love to hear from any or all of you, just some perspective, thoughts from different points of view, from different agencies. If anybody's has anything they feel like they'd like to share, we'd love to hear.
And while they're coming forward, Jeff, could you tell us what our bonding capacity is? Or who
I
tells
do
us?
not know off the top of my head. I'm not sure.
Okay,
I'd have to ask the auditor.
Okay.
Ken Wolfenden, City of Connell Fire Department. I think we're arguing over a 0.1%, and to help explain where some of that money would go, I believe Michael referred to user fees, which we have not experienced radio user fees like we have system user fees. So the system user fees are still going to be in place, especially for us outlying small districts. But the radio user fees are going to kill us. The cost, and we're talking anywhere from $20 per radio to $40 per radio per month. So, like I said, that's something we've never experienced before. So one way or another, the voters are going to have to pay for this, and it's spread across a broader area if it is through this 0.2% instead of us trying to levy taxes in a small community, if that helps at all. And I know there's other fees that I am not aware of yet. And I do understand the frustration of not having solid numbers. And from my understanding, those solid numbers of what this entire system is going to cost are not going to come out until later this year at the earliest. And we know what inflation is like. So what's that going to look like by the first of next year is my take on it.
I appreciate it. It's the numbers that have been presented to us have been, like I said, from our share being 18 million. Well, when you times that by 5, that's 90 million.
Yeah.
And that's quite a large gap of numbers to try to comprehend as far as where it's going, who's going to be responsible for it, and what it's going to take to get there. And so just even a closer evaluation of what it's going to cost would be appreciative, because there's so many unknowns. Are you going to get a grant? Are you not? Are you going to get any funding or not? But we all recognize the desperate need that we're all in because of the obsolete equipment. So
yeah,
it's not a matter of having our support. It's just we'd like to, if we're having questions with it, the community really has to have some questions, because this isn't our first meeting. We've been meeting on this for 6 months. The numbers have literally been all over the board.
I definitely appreciate the need for solid numbers, but we just don't have them at the moment.
Right. No, we understand that. So,
Commissioner,
but when we're asked, it's
so
hard to answer.
I'm hoping, we have been told that we will have numbers from Motorola by the end of August. So at the end of August, we should have our first real numbers from them as to what things are going to cost. The problem is there's so many variables in figuring out what those numbers are.
Right.
We went out to the agencies and asked for radio counts. Well, we've got every single radio in every single box in every corner of every room. And so a little fire district with 25 volunteers has 380 radios. That's not real, but we had to present what we had. And so that inflates those numbers that came in from Motorola. And it wasn't even from Motorola, it was from an engineering company that said, oh, you've got this many radios out there, this is what we think it's going to cost you. We are trying to narrow those numbers, and we're trying to narrow down the coverage that Commissioner Baumann came to see at the SAP meeting. We're narrowing those down, and we're focusing in. It's really, for a project of this size, this is pretty quick to get where we are today, and we're still trying to bring those numbers into focus for you, and hopefully by the end of August.
Yeah, to piggyback on what Michael said there, there's 3 things that we ask for in that meeting that I think will help tremendously in this conversation. The problem with these 3 bits of information is we don't get them before August the 6th. And so those 3 pieces of information is, what is it going to cost, what is the timeline, and what is the priority of that. And so those things are going to be tremendously helpful with this conversation in 60 days from now-ish. But we don't have them today, yet if we're going to be on the ballot for this fall, we have to make the decision before we have that information.
Commissioner, we could actually do rough estimates of what a center is going to cost what it's gonna cost in Franklin County for radios, what it's gonna roughly cost for whatever Mike calls the actual microwave pole, 800 things. Yeah, you know, we could give you estimates of those type of, simply estimates.
Yeah.
It doesn't count the Benton County side that they're gonna be obligated to.
And it's, the answers get complicated, and it takes a lot of effort to get some of those. Here, a few months back, we signed a contract for $12,000, and I looked into that contract, and it was about 5 layers deep, and it was complicated because we had a piece of equipment that was on a tower owned by Benton County. Let's see, it was Benton County Electric. What's the name of Benton PUD? It was a Benton PUD tower on ground that was leased by Energy Northwest, on ground that was owned by DOE. And that contract was that thick for a $12,000 contract. So gaining this information is complicated because we're talking about needing gear on 6 new sites that we're not actually building a new tower on, but it takes effort to bring the numbers back because we're leasing space on a tower that we don't own. And what does that take? What's the cost of the equipment? What's it going to take to put it up? And then what's our monthly or yearly contract going to cost us? So I certainly do appreciate the effort that is underway right now to come back with as good of information as possible on what is this going to cost. And so really appreciate, I did have, when I was at the SAT meeting last week, had an extensive tour of the facility and the microwave systems and the 800 megahertz systems and all of those and how they interact with each other. And it's complicated. And when you take something this complicated and sometimes you keep it alive with a soldering gun and a little spool of solder, that's pretty intense. And so thank you to all the dedicated people that keep it operating today. And we've got a lot to wrestle through here.
Well, thank you, commissioners, for helping us fund this.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I'd like to say I see Liz in the room, and I haven't heard from her yet. Has she got anything to put into this?
I just could go to the podium. It's all right. A couple things I'd like to say is right now, Information Services manages the Emergency Communications Fund. Right now, there's like $400,000 in a radio upgrade fund, and we've got $400,000 in a emergency fund, I guess, or contingency. That money is what I thought we could use to pay for the microwave project that we're going to have to pay next year. Mm-hmm. That is already signed. We signed the ILA. I just heard from Michael yesterday that project is going to start hitting the ground 1st of January, and they could be done with that in June. So next year, we're going to have to pay our share of that, and I think our share was $700, right around there. This communication fund or tax, it is needed. I see no way that Franklin County has a means to pay for the radio upgrade unless we do this tax. And we still got to collect that tax. So, and the radio project, I see it, everybody agrees it has to be done. And I see that it's starting, you know, the ILA is supposed to be looked at maybe the end of next month. The radio project is going to take off, and we're going to have funding to support that. My gut instinct, well, not my gut instinct, my 2 cents on this is, let's say it's $3 million to do the radio upgrade project. Franklin County's portion of that is $5 million. Well, let's say it's $3 million. As grants come in, that cost may go down, and then that gets divided out equally. So if, let's say we get 10 million in grants, now we're down to 20 million. That's going to be divided between the 5 entities. So that comes down. Okay, we have to share, we have to pay our portion, this communication tax will help all of Franklin County. We may collect that tax, but it's collected from everywhere in Franklin County, all the agencies. That tax can be used to pay for the subscriber fees, the radios, our cost to CCOM, our cost to build out a new facility. So at the end of the day, we need this communication tax. Franklin County needs some type of revenue, generating revenue. Right now, the emergency communication fund that Information Services manages, there's no budget. What is in there was left when the dispatch center merged over to CCOM. And that's what we've been using Band-Aids to keep the communication system, or the radio system up and going, and the microwave for Franklin County. So there is no source to fund that and build that budget out. This would build that budget out and pay for all the fees for building a new facility, regional facility, subscriber fees, the radio, whatever the capital projects that get decided on with BCES or a new facility, that's what's going to fund that. And it's not just one project. We're only talking about one project right now, the radio project, but there's multiple projects. You guys got any questions for me?
No, I mean, we all understand
Okay.
the desperate need that we're in.
Exactly.
Asking the citizens to go to 9.1% sales tax. And when you say 0.2%, well, yeah, it's only an extra
1%.
change, let's say, but when you add it to the existing tax,
Yeah, I
you
understand.
get citizens that ask you, well, isn't there somewhere else we can cut? And, we've tried to cut what would have been the obvious is transit,
Right.
but, we catch all kinds of slack over that. And honestly, you have a bunch of empty buses running around that
Yes,
have a
I
bigger
agree.
budget than public safety. And
If I might add to that, there is public comment period on the Ben Franklin Transit from 2025 to 2030, so please comment. Get in there and put your comment in, because this
It's not a
could be
matter
a
of
place we could take some tax away.
just some relief, I guess, would be the,
So if I may, the one thing that I fully recognize, this is an enormous hit for our area. Unfortunately, in our area, since I've started on the EM side in 1991, that started with the 800 system over at Benton County, our area has been really, really good at obtaining federal grant funds to the point where it has brought us to this situation. Honestly, this is where we're at. We utilized federal funding to make our system what it was for years. At
Sean,
CCOM,
you do a tremendously great job down there, and we
well, and
appreciate
it wasn't just me as well. The Clotus Tower that was put up, that was grant funding. We used that and leveraged it very well to save our taxpayers money, was the thought. The one thing we did miss out on was the sustainability. There has not been a maintenance plan or a renewal plan in this system at all. But the services have to be provided continually. And so that is, and I take part of the blame on that is, and responsibility is, it's been a disservice to our taxpayers because that has been shielded from them for a long, long time. And so I just want you to recognize that and understand how we got to this problem as well. So the three of you are in the unfortunate position of having to deal with decades of, I'll just say, neglect of having planning, pre-planning, and a maintenance program for this system. So please keep that in mind when you're looking at this as well.
Will do. Thank you. And again, it's not up to us, it's up to the citizens of Franklin County. So that'll be the choice. Any further discussion in this workshop area?
No, I'd just say that I think all three commissioners are in agreement. It will be on the ballot. But is it going to be 0.1% or 0.2%?
So-
And as a commissioner, I am wanting this to pass. We need it, and we need it now.
So I think we need some direction then to know, are you saying then you want a resolution to be on the agenda? Because we really have 2 weeks
Yes.
of meetings before we'd have to hold a special meeting otherwise. So
And I'd like to see you meet with the auditor's office after this meeting and find out what our bonding potential is.
Okay.
Because that would give us immediate money, correct? But we'd have to have a tax to offset it. Do we
Right.
bond before we pass this? the
Right,
taxpayers?
and there's limits to our bonding. I'm not a finance guy, but I know it's based on our basically our tax potential of the taxable real estate in the county. So, but I don't know how much is already tied up. I really don't.
So we need to know that.
Is putting either on the ballot an option, a 1/10 or a 2/10?
I think it might be. I think I've seen something like that. I'd have to look and do a little bit of research where it's basically contingent. Like, we'll do 2%, but if 2% is voted down, then there's also 1% on the ballot. Sorry, but I want to verify that before I confirm it, and say that that's the case. But I think you could have a contingency built in there where you're saying that in the event that 2% is not passed, you also have an alternate.
It would be my opinion that we should come back with, next week, with can we do that, a 1 or 2/10? And then the second is the question that Commissioner Didier had, is bonding capacity and consequences of what that would look like.
So once you actually put the bond up, whatever it's going to be, then none of us can have any say. We have to be quiet and let the appointed board or the people that are actually promoting it put that information out. The only thing we could do is go, yep, we need the dispatch center, we need radios, we need A, B, and C, and we have no funding for it to educate the public on the need. But once it's on the ballot, we have to stay clear of it politically, all of us.
Right, and that's because of those same PVC requirements. Any sort of statement would need to be neutral.
Yep.
All right, well, thank you for coming in and the presentation. Appreciate it. And like I said, I think the consensus is we were all in favor of it, just
Of it being on the ballot.
but being on the ballot, we just have to get the correct avenue to go forward. So with that, we'll move on to the update on Columbia Valley Center for Recovery.
All the members of your board are going to come up here and have a seat, and I'm just going to give a real quick brief of how we got to where we got to today with the Recovery Center. Then BJ, who is the actual chairman of the Bi-County Board, voting board, will fill in blanks after that. So what's now being referred to as the Columbia Basin Recovery Center, or KGH, it really formed out of a concept between 2010 and 2012 with law enforcement, firefighters, lawyers, and service providers in the area when it was recognized that we had a need for a local type of treatment center. From there, it developed into a bi-county meeting that recommended that both sides of the river institute the tax that we were talking about, the mental health tax. And we've been collecting those taxes ever since. What took place after that was each side of the river commissioners then appointed members to represent them on these boards to take votes or make recommendations and those type of issues. And then at the same time, what's now called 509 Recovery Coalition, it then formed as an advisory group, and then they're the group that went out and found the money to buy the KGH building and what I refer to as the Grape Factory. That money was leveraged through legislative appropriations, grants, and American recovery taxes. That's how the buildings were paid for. Currently today, Benton County hasn't put anything into those buildings that they haven't got through those funding sources that we spoke about, nor has Franklin County.
So Franklin County residents have equally paid the funding that has gone into so far, it has come equally from Benton and Franklin counties.
That's correct. The only caveat to that is, and it too was in a bi-county meeting, is Benton County agreed that they would manage the buildings and those type of things. Not the services in it, but the buildings, okay?
So the administration so far to date, Benton County has borne the administration portion, but not funds.
That's correct. So Benton County now is, when I was talking to Matt the other day, they're getting ready to put money in for the management of the buildings, but nothing else without recommendations from the boards. So fast forward today, you have 8 voting members that you have appointed onto the board. I'm one of them. When I was appointed onto the board, then I stepped down off the executive board of the Recovery Coalition so that there wasn't a whole lot of conflicts of interest. And then you have the advisory group, which is Michelle and those type of things, who are not voting members. They're just advisory, okay? And then, you know, they advise what they want, which I'm not sure how the $5 million request came to you, Commissioner Bauman, but we had a conversation. He goes, why would I give $5 million for a building I don't own? And we had a candid discussion about it, and it was like, yeah, I can get you the information so you understand who's who. So these are your voting members. They've changed, but you have the fire chief from Pasco, myself, Angie Manarola, Becky Groves, who was really instrumental with Pasco with the Hot Spotters program, if you remember that. Aaron, and I think she's here, John Roach, Mark Hollyhock, and then of course the chairman right now of the board, and he's actually going to get voted back in. He doesn't realize it. And we just had a productive meeting here last week that with recommendations, and then also messages to send back to the boards, like y'all need to meet more often and a few things like that. Then if you go to the advisory group, the 509 Recovery Center, this is that group, okay? You got Michelle Gerber as the chair, Jason Bliss, and he's an anomaly. He's also a voting member on the Benton County side of the equation. Carson, Cameron Fortner, who's, I can't remember, DSHS, a CPS, Courtney Hessla, Chris Jensen, whom I think some of you talked to. I'm not sure about some of where money needed to go in the facility. And if Chris Jensen and I worked together as cops for many years. Lots of tragic stories with Chris and family members and those type of things. Jim Mulbauer, Mary Rosen, you all know Dr. Roach's, Nancy Roach and Dr. Roach. And then Daniel, who is the daughter to Michelle Gerber, and Elaine Tanner. Those are the ones and they're at these meetings that we hold once a month, every month. But they are strictly advisory. They're not your board members. There's another set of board members. And so I've done the introductions, and then hopefully BJ will cover some of the other issues that were asked.
So real quickly, so Benton County, did they buy the grape facility?
They did, but they bought it with legislative appropriations, grants, and American Recovery money.
They have no plans to use that for the recovery center at this point?
No, no. We've actually gone full circle. The drop-off or the one-stop or the 23-hour sobering center or whatever everybody's throwing around there, it's actually back at KGH on the Spalding side of the building. And it looks like it's going to come to fruition. It's just when it comes that. So that will be the one location in the beginning for the facility. One place, I don't know of any conversations anymore of building out the grape factory.
So they own the grape facility, and that's just their little portion of land to deal with as they please.
Well,
It's not involved with us anymore.
Yeah. Except for it was appropriated with legislative appropriations, grants, and.
That's their problem.
Yeah, but they're the ones that did that.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. I mean, I took the tour of the KGH building here a month ago, and that was my understanding, but I just wanted for clarity to bring it forward.
Right, and then when it opens, only the first floor of the new part is going to be utilized.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome this morning, or this afternoon.
All
right, so a real quick update on the Columbia Valley Center for Recovery. That's the official name that we as a committee voted on. So the initial planning we started in 2022 in terms of drafting an RFP. The comprehensive healthcare was selected in early 2023. The update on the actual building project, it's completed the validation phase. We're towards the end of the schematic design phase. And also the contractors have, construction contractors and whatnot have been selected and are on the project. It says in the slide that the facility would be starting between June and August. Obviously, we're in July and it hasn't started yet, so my guess is August. And as of the last committee meeting, Boughton suggests that they can still make the December 2025 deadline in terms of opening the facility. The discussions from the last committee meeting does have some actionable items for the commissioners. There was a motion to propose a 50-50 split on the betterments. There's approximately $12 million in betterments that would give us a state-of-the-art facility, and it's easier to do that on the front end than it is on the back end. And so I'm not sure how the commissioners would like to receive that as a recommendation from the committee, but I thought I'd bring that up right now. But basically, it'd be $6 million on both sides.
Can I interrupt for just a minute?
Yes.
So part of the vote, which was 100%, by the way, was for Franklin County to earmark or set aside $6 million, and Benton County to earmark or set aside $6 million.
Coming out of the recovery
For a total
tax.
of 12, and that it could go towards some construction issues, services, remodeling, and those type of things to actually enhance what they're already doing, and that would be, a better time to do that would be now versus later. And 12 million was really the estimated high end, and that it needed to come back to the bi-county board together to decide if they were going to do that or not, so that we.
And there is a time frame on that. On some of the items with the construction schedule, we're talking about in the next couple weeks that we need, kind of preliminary approval on some of those items. There actually is a group that is meeting this week to prioritize those betterments, and so whatever dollar amount that we come away with, then we can prioritize which ones the committee believes are the most important on that project. And there's a list of, 8 or 9 particular betterments that are on that list. The other initiative is the Sobering Center. We entered into early discussions about the possibility of a Sobering Center, and in 2023, we talked about having a temporary Sobering Center as this the Recovery Center is being stood up. We agreed, I believe it was in October of last year, that we would move forward. I believe that at that point, Gonzalez was looking at doing some presentations with the commissioners and Lord's Counseling Center. I was not a part of that, and so I don't know how that progressed. The estimated time to open that was in January or February of this year. Clearly, that's come and gone. Part of it had to do with formal cost analysis and recommendations from Lord's Counseling Center, and also some permits and whatnot in terms of which building they're going to use. Lord's was planning on using
buildings that they already own, so there wouldn't be additional costs in that way, but there may be some costs related to code upgrades. And they were not asking us to pay for those, they were going to handle that themselves. The additional costs had to do with staffing, depending on how much the services were utilized. Let's see. My understanding is that Lourdes Counseling Center does not have a contract yet, and the way that we had agreed as a committee is that the Franklin County would carry the contract for that service. And so one of the things I'd like to get from today is how we as a committee can interact with the commissioners in terms of actionable items and what's the best way to go about that. I do realize there's been communication issues that have happened. I take responsibility for that as the chair of the committee, and hopefully we can figure out how to move forward from there. The committee did have a vote this last meeting last week, and we reaffirmed the desire to stand up the temporary sobering center. So the full committee unanimous vote was in support of that.
It was in support of the Lourdes setting it up.
Correct, the temporary. Just a quick update on crisis and field responder program. We have continued to work on a RFP for that, and a let's see. I'm trying to remember now where we're at on that. So the program, there was a draft contract, I believe that comprehensive. That's not in this slide. I apologize for that. Well, I'm not going to say something I'm not sure about. Then also, but that is progressing. That is one of the recommendations. The crisis and field responder programs would be a mobile team that could respond to calls as needed with law enforcement and EMS with mental health providers.
So maybe I can add just a little bit to that piece
Yes.
right there. The RFP is done. They're actually trying to stand up a first responder group, and when it gets down a little further, there's just a mental health medical shortage of people, so they're having a hard time finding a permanent group, I guess is the way to put that. So eventually it would build out to multiple groups for services, but once they can get the right people hired, they're technically will be ready to go.
And then another area, of course, this is just a summary of our work so far. There's other areas that we've had conversations, discussions, and I'm open to questions about that. But workforce development, as the sheriff just mentioned, and this is probably an issue not just for our communities, but I would say statewide, nationwide, a shortage of qualified mental health professionals to provide those services. And so one of the areas that we're looking at is how we as a community can encourage educational institutions around the area to develop programs so that we can be training up new providers to serve in our community. Along those lines, the good news is CBC has implemented a program that's supposed to be starting in September for substance use disorder program. And so we would like to see that happen as well with the mental health side of things. But anyway, that's a part of the what we've been working on. I don't know if you wanted to talk to the sheriff.
Sure. So the question was asked how much money tax-wise we've taken in so far. That's the number. The auditor's office, how much money's been set in Franklin County.
Since March 1st of '22, correct?
Yes, yeah, and I think the next quarter payment's coming in, should be coming in around now. That'll increase. And then the Benton County side, well, the best way to do that is just double that of what Benton County's taken in.
And they have expended none.
At this point, they have 5.9 million earmarked for improvements or bringing the building that they have up to just the basic usableness of the building. So they have earmarked money, but it has not been spent yet.
For the maintenance business part of it.
Yeah.
And the RCW has changed since we started, but how you can utilize those funds. It's outlined in the RCW.
So some of the challenges that we've ran into is, I think, again, I'll take responsibility for this. Poor communication, unclear expectations have led to some confusion about who's making decisions and making recommendations to commissioners. Our group, the 509 Recovery Group, Benton County, Franklin County, we've been working really hard. And so, and we're all passionate about what we're doing. So, but this sort of clarity has led to some confusion in that regard. And realistically, like what I would like from the commissioners today is to just establish how we bring things forward. How do we update the commissioners on the work that we're doing? My assumption at the time was that was happening, but then it's not happening. And so anyway, just bringing some clarity. And then also there's 3 actionable items that I'd like to bring. One being the 12 million split 50-50 for betterments. The second one, how do we move forward on the temporary sobering center? And then the last motion that the committee brought in terms of recommendation to the commissioners is to have a bi-county meeting related to this particular project. And that's all I had. Okay. Questions?
Well, I think you'd have to try to set something up with Teresa as far as having her maybe reach out to Benton County to find a date that's available to where we can meet. All right. And then the sobering center with Lords, are they still contemplating using the building behind us here?
Yes. So Lords, we'll back up a little bit. So there was actually an RFP process that took place with Lords, and I forget the name of the group at the old Tri-City Herald building. And so that process was vetted and went through. The vote was then taken to, yeah, let's stand up a 23-hour sobering center in the interim until here, because where it belongs is here in the end, and stand that up. And Lords, for the lack of better words, everybody voted for Lords to stand the sobering center up temporary, okay? And just like BJ said, they're going to foot the cost for buildings and all those type of things. What took place was they thought that it'd be about $500,000 or so for employees, to help pay for employees to run a sobering center over here, okay? And finally, the recommendation was that be split 50-50 too, between Benton and Franklin counties temporarily. Since all that, it then stalled, okay, for conditional use permits, all those type of things with the city of Pasco. So we came back together as a group and said, okay, knowing where we're heading with all this, what do you all, by county voting board, what do you want to see? Do you want to see, do we can tell the commissioners that we want to continue with a temporary sobering center? And I believe the vote was 100%.
It was unanimous, yes.
Yeah, let's go.
Because
here's the end problem. When they do open up over at KGH, unless all these service providers and medical providers put their heads together and work together, they're going to have a staffing shortage. So, the question is when that time comes, is Lord's going to be willing to come over and to run the sobering center over there under comprehensive, and you know how that all works with contracts and who doesn't like who and all those type of things. So the other piece with Lords is they are opening up their secured bed facility back up in Richland next month, which
At
will help
Condelay.
alleviate some of the pressures. What's that?
And that's Condelay?
Yes. Yeah. Condelay, and that's owned by Lords, and they're opening.
They're changing
it
their
up.
names to Lord's Behavioral Health.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's August 1st or something like
Yeah.
that. So they're still willing. They're going through all the permitting processes with the city of Pasco to try to get the conditional permits. And they also know that they go through all those hoops and it gets stood up, that it's only going to be for a period of 12 months. And then it's going to go away, or they're going to have to renegotiate with the boards.
And they're going to put up all that cost for a facility that may be only open for a year?
Yet to be seen.
Yet to be seen.
The facility exists. The cost that we're discussing is for the staffing to operate.
Correct. In terms of what we're, the discussions that we've had as a committee is it's operations. Lords, there may be some cost in terms of code improvements, but they said that they would take care of those, whatever corrections or fix-ups or whatever they need to do.
So maybe this will help. So, say the taxpayer quits paying Lords to be the sobering center, I don't think that it'll ever shut down. I think that there's more customers than there are facility sites to handle the problem. Yeah, I think that, to be honest with you, I think that the KGH site, that it'll be full within 1 or 2 months. And most of those will be law enforcement or firefighter drop-offs to the facility. And that's not counting walk-ins and all the other ways that people are going to have access to the facility. So, and I know that Lords doesn't plan on shutting down Condelay. They're going to keep it open. It'll be there, and I would suspect if they have people at KGH that they can't handle, they're going to contract with Condelay in a secure environment to handle those patients and stuff. So there's going to have to be some sort of work amongst all the providers in the community to make it all tick. But you got to fix the building first, and that's really where we're at. And I do have the list of priorities. I will make copies for you all and send it to you so you have a kind of a known estimate from Bowder Construction. Just have to ignore my handwriting on it.
And what was the third question you had?
So the first one is the betterments, second one is standing up the temporary sobering center, and then the third was a by-county commissioner meeting on this.
And we're trying to schedule that for this and some other things too that we need to go over with them. You said there was code problems in the building?
I do not know. I that's just like hearsay, talking to an employee at Lords.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
I think somebody that can answer the question.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Crowley. If you don't know me, I'm the City of Pasco Fire Chief.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
also on the board, so I appreciate you nominating me to help represent Franklin County. So to help with some clarification, from my understanding, was when Lords submitted their RFP, it came in about $630,000, and they were, the committee, who were just advisory committee, said we would proceed with that to the commissioners. It then came back that that cost elevated to about $1 million, and I think they had some other factors they wanted to consider, some maybe security issues and stuff like that. So the cost did elevate a little bit more. To my knowledge, we never got the full documents of the new request of the solid numbers to actually proceed and give to the commissioners. I feel like our job is to make sure that we give you the correct information to make the right decisions. And so with that, unless I'm mistaken, but we never got anything like saying this is exactly what we need. So since that number almost doubled, we want to say, hey, can you give us a new RFP so we can bring it back so it doesn't escalate again, and what's going to stop that? So I think that's kind of where it stopped a little bit. And then with that, as far as permitting, they do have a building, so Lord's owns a building that they want to use. To my knowledge, for the city of Pasco, nothing's ever been submitted for construction or permitting, so really that is the unknown of what needs to happen or anything from permitting standpoint that all businesses need to go through. That has not been turned in. So there was some discussion as far as where is that document, where is it floating? Last I heard that was brought up to the advisory committee was Mr. Gonzalez had that document, and I wasn't quite sure where it went after that. So that's where the committee was like, well, we don't even know where that's at anymore. To my knowledge, for the city of Pasco, nothing's been submitted for review, so that's kind of where it died. So if I can help.
And along those lines also, I think that in conversations with, again, just sidebar conversation with Lords, I think that there was some reluctance to proceed without some sort of contractual arrangement.
Correct.
They're going to put in a bunch of money, improvements and whatnot, that they want to make sure that they have a serviceable contract at the end of that. So I think it, not to throw anybody under the bus, but I think that Mr. Gonzalez was going to pursue that and develop the contract. At least that was the understanding of the committee. But that obviously was back in October, November timeframe, and here we are now.
Right.
We don't have a contract, so.
The only other piece to that was Lords was there at the last meeting.
Correct.
Said that they had to get these permits, some of those type of things in order to come back.
So I can provide a little bit of insight into some of what we're talking about. So there's a meeting scheduled for the 29th of this month at 1 p.m. Between Lords and the city of Pasco to address this, look into it, say what if, how, what will that look like? Concerns on both sides as far as what just answers to questions. Sure. So that meeting is scheduled. I've been invited to be a part of that meeting. Carondelet is simply going through a name change. It has been operating, is operating. On August 1st, it's not going to have new operations, but it's simply going through a rebranding and name change. It'll go from LCC, Lord's Counseling Center, to Lord's Behavioral Health. And it has been operating, and it is, I think last month before, they had 4,700 appointments that were made, and so it is and has been operating. Wanted to share a little bit of background. You guys have spoke to it briefly in different ways. I dug into this recovery center trying to understand, and it seemed the harder I tried, the more sparse and scattered the answers that I got were. So I appreciate Sheriff, BJ, appreciate the efforts that you guys have put to help educate me, and having had the opportunity now to visit the facility and visit with a lot of our members that represent us, that was appointed by my predecessors and these two. Really, I know just enough to be, I don't know what they say, scary. So I still have lots of questions, but I feel like that I'm getting my head wrapped around it just a little bit. Several of the questions that I would have is, first off, thank you guys for coming today. Thank you for coming and sharing with us today. So I asked you guys to come, and you certainly exceeded my expectation.
We're still in a meeting.
With this presentation today. So my proposal would be that we would ask you guys to come back regularly scheduled for monthly, either at the second to last or the last meeting of the month, and give us, it doesn't need to be a fancy presentation like this, but to give us a verbal presentation of kind of where we're at. That's one thing that now being a commissioner for 7 months, I feel like that I haven't communicated well with you guys, and I don't think it's your fault. It's me trying to learn the system, and so that would be my proposal, is you guys would come once a month and just give a 5-minute update of where you're at. And information is powerful, and getting us all on the same page.
Trying to find that
I believe that there's a construction estimate of $27 million, of which $23 million has been allocated.
Correct.
And so there's still a number in flux there. This 12 million, that would be on top of the 27 million, correct?
I believe that it's on top of the 24 million, not the 27. So
Okay, I can appreciate that. So 36 million in total, and so the 50-50 split of the $12 million in betterments, that would be to build out a gym, put equipment in it, build out the kitchen, that type of things, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
One that's high on the priority list would be, the present design has dual occupancy rooms, so it would create some single occupancy rooms all the way up to all of them being single occupancy. So that would be an example of, but different things like that, yes.
So,
And just not to interrupt you there.
Started a minute ago, so
okay,
let's wrap it up.
okay.
Just real quick too, just the 509 recovery, that's separate than the behavioral health. And so they did, I believe, volunteer and donate the money, the funds for the gym themselves. So I believe that's about a $300,000. Correct.
So I think we probably should revisit this, and doesn't necessarily need to be in this format. I would just want to know if we're going to put $6 million into the facility, what is that relationship? What is that? What is that? Is it a gift? Is it an ownership? That type of thing. Would appreciate you guys coming back once a month in this format so that we can share and really seriously thank you for this. I'm in favor of a sobering center that we can stand up tomorrow if it's possible. Let me know how I can be helpful. I can take in information fairly fast. I study hard, and so if there's anything that you feel of that I can be helpful with or information that I need to know, please let me know. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your time. We both have a meeting that started, and they're trying to get a quorum.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, we got another meeting we gotta be on right now, and
so. thank
Appreciate
you
your
for
time. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
appreciate your time, thank you. Brock, you gotta adjourn.
At this point, I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you. We are out and online now, so.
Yeah, tell her I'm gonna be on.
Yep, and well, we're gonna be by Zoom, both myself and